The date is October 8th, 2023. The time is approximately 12:15 p.m., and this is an interview with President Joseph Biden.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Actually, it's certainly afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your time very much. I think just for clarity of the record, I should quickly go around and make a note of everyone who's here. I'm Robert Hur, the special counsel, joined by Mark Crickbaum, and also with the special counsel's office, and we're joined by two FBI agents. And President Biden, obviously you're here. Thank you very much. You're joined by members of the White House counsel's team, White House counsel Ed Siskel, Dick Sauber, and Rachel Cotton, and also your two personal counsel, Bob Bauer and David Hoffman. Have I missed anybody? Not seen it.
No.
All right. Well then, with that, I have some preliminary matters to go over briefly, but before I do that, do you all have anything else you'd like to say before we jump in? Okay. All right. Well, Mr. President, I do want to take an additional minute and thank you for being here and making this time for us. I know there's a lot of other things in the world going on that demand your attention.
We may get interrupted by one.
Understood.
I hope not.
We hope
I
not.
just got off the phone with Bibi Netanyahu and things.
Yes, sir. So I also wanted to say that we know that you have provided significant cooperation with our investigation. And I wanted to personally recognize that and thank you for it.
FBI knows my house better than I do.
Well, I'm not sure about that, sir.
Pretty sure.
I hope it's been obvious during the months that we've been at work that my goals have been to do a thorough and professional job, but also to do it as swiftly as possible. And your cooperation has been very helpful in us trying to achieve all of those goals, especially the efficiency of our investigation. On the topic of cooperation, as federal prosecutors, we do assess cooperation at the end of an investigation. Obviously, your willingness to sit for this interview today and tomorrow and answer our questions is part of that cooperation. It's obviously very important to answer our questions truthfully, and we appreciate very much your willingness. We hope that you will be able to, that you'll put forward your best efforts in really trying to get your best recollection in response to the questions we ask, because I acknowledge that some of the questions we are asking relate to events that happened years ago.
I'm a young man, so it's not a problem.
Okay, great. Glad to hear. A couple of other ministerial notes. I may ask a question that is unclear or badly phrased. I sometimes do that. I often do that. If I ever ask a question that you don't quite understand, you need clarification, then you should say, I don't understand what you're saying. You should ask me to try to clarify, and I'll take another crack at it.
Okay.
And then, should you ever want to take a break today or tomorrow?
By the way, there's a restroom right behind us here.
Thank you.
The rest of you as well.
Good to know. Thank you. Should you ever want to take a break during the interview, including to confer with members of the White House counsel's office or your personal counsel, all you got to do is just let us know that, and we'll take a break.
Okay.
All right.
Rob,
Yes.
On the question of clarity, we don't want to interrupt the flow. Of course, if Ed or I have any uncertainty about what you're asking, we may also ask for clarity about the question.
I wouldn't be surprised if you did not.
I'm just confident of that.
All right. Any other preliminaries before we jump in? Okay. Well, Mr. President, normally we start these kinds of interviews by asking the witness to tell us a little bit about their background. You probably have had your background documented as well or better than any other person on the planet today, so we will not be asking you to take us back to Scranton. We will be asking you to take us back more recently, back to the end of the Obama administration, so January of 2017. So if you cast your mind back to that time, you, at that point...
Yes, of course.
You at that point were a about to become a private citizen for the first time in 40 years. That would be the first time in 4 decades that you were not going to be in government service. So could you just tell us a little bit about what you were planning on doing with your time as a private citizen? What kind of projects and pursuits you were thinking about engaging in? And a note about this question, I am thinking about public external facing pursuits as opposed to personal family oriented pursuits, if that helps narrow the category of things.
I was going to become a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. And I was working at the University of Delaware for a Biden School on domestic policy. And so my objective was to stay engaged in public policy debate and teach. By the way, I taught before, when I was a senator on Saturdays, for a number of years. I taught at Delaware Law School. I taught a course in constitutional law Saturday mornings. So it was, I wanted to continue that kind of work.
Understood. So with respect to your professorship and the Penn Biden Center, how much of your time did you anticipate spending on that post-vice presidency?
All of it.
All of it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a job. How much time do you expect to spend on yours? I'm not being facetious. I mean, I wanted to have a recreation and other things. I don't mean that, but this was going to be my job.
And how did your participation in the efforts of the Biden Institute factor into that as well?
Well, that was part of it as well. And Penn knew that I was working with the Biden Institute on domestic policy. And the real advantage I had in the Penn job was they gave me money to hire staff. So I was able to hire some first-rate people, like the Secretary of State, who now is my Secretary of State, who worked for me at the Penn Center, at the Penn Biden Center. And so it was, it was about being engaged in matters that I thought were still consequential. Domestic policy was related mainly to matters having to do with the Judiciary Committee on Economic Policy. And at Penn, it was mainly doing foreign policy.
One of the other things that we know that you spent a significant amount of time doing after the end of your vice presidency was writing a book, Promise Me Dad. So when you were thinking about writing that book at the end of your vice presidency, how much time did you anticipate that would take of yours?
I didn't anticipate, I couldn't, it took more time than the first book I wrote. I wrote a bestseller early on, was on the bestsellers list. And then what I wanted to do was write a book about my son because he was a remarkable man. And I wanted my grandchildren and great-grandchildren and family to understand who he was and have some documentation of it. I wasn't writing it at the time thinking that it was going to sell, it was going to be a bestseller, that kind of thing. But I wanted people to know this is a guy who, on his deathbed, grabbed my hand and said, "Dad, I'm not afraid. Don't promise me, Dad. Promise me, Dad, you'll stay engaged. Promise me." Because he knew how much I adored him, and he was worried I'd sort of walk away from everything I've always worked on. So I wanted people to know what kind of man he was.
Yes. And we're going to be talking about Promise Me Dad more further on and tomorrow as well. But please just allow me to say for a moment, I am so terribly, terribly sorry for your loss.
A lot of people have had similar losses or worse without the kind of support I had. I have a family that's an incredible family, and so I just know that I wonder all the people out there. I've written about it, talked about it. So many brave people get up every morning, put one foot in front of the other. And I don't know how the hell they do it. Just keep moving forward. But I had a lot of help.
One other thing that we understand you spent significant time on, I think toward the end of your vice presidency as well as post-vice presidency, was the Biden Cancer Initiative,
Yes.
Also known as the Cancer Moonshot. So can you tell us about your thinking in January 2017 about how much time that was going to take of yours and its relative priority and other things that you were working on?
was a high priority, and that's one of the reasons why I like Penn as well. Penn has a great medical school and a great cancer research facility up there. And I talked to the president of Penn, and I talked to people at the school, and Bo had engaged with them as well as a patient. And so the great thing about Penn, it wasn't a straight line. I had access to a whole range of experts who could help me on the things, or I thought I could help. They thought I could be added value, I think, as well. And and the way that came about was in order to try to deal with what Bo was facing, I had visited every major cancer research facility in the world, with one exception, to interview and find out about what they knew about glioblastoma, what they knew about various, because I'm still convinced, I'm still working on the cancer initiative, what I found was that cancer docs are incredible, but a lot of them walk by that mirror looking at themselves as a Pulitzer Prize, a Nobel Prize about to be won. They don't share data and information very much. So under the Obama administration, he told me I could begin the research and see what we should be doing as an administration to do with cancer. And what I did find out was there's very little collaboration. And even on projects where there's a lot of money the federal government puts out for research projects. And the deal is you're supposed to, once that project is finished, publish it. Well, the vast majority don't publish it for a long time. And they never publish their failures. And you go, no, when I say not their failures, when they didn't reach the conclusion they were looking for. And you learn more from that as you learn anything else. So and the president gave me carte blanche to engage any member of the administration. So for example, we used to have meetings at NIH where there was all the medical stuff. But what I did, I made sure that the Defense Department was there. I made sure that NASA was there. NASA knows more about dealing with some of the things that have to do with working on cancer. Many people die trying to, they go in to kill the cancer, they use a proton, anyway. So there are all kinds of things. I wanted the Defense Department in there because they had computers that could do 1 billion calculations per second, and no medical facility had that. So I've tried to give every resource that I learned, I'm no doctor, but I learned theoretically could be added value in determining what was the source of certain cancers and therefore cures. So that's how I got so deeply engaged in that.
Understood. So let me shift gears here slightly. We've talked about the kinds of efforts and initiatives that you were thinking about spending your time on after the end of your vice presidency. Could you tell us what you were thinking back at the time in January 2017 about where you planned to spend your time? So we understand that you rented a home on Chambers Road in McLean, Virginia. You obviously still have the Lakehouse in Wilmington at that time. At some point you acquired the beach home in Rehoboth. So there were a number of different places where you could lay your head after the end of your vice presidency. And how did you think about where you were going to be spending?
Well, I didn't think about the beach house because I didn't have the capacity to. For 36 years, I was listed as the poorest man in Congress. I mean, literally listed by the rating. And I did fine because I had my salary, so I never thought of that. I commuted every day. But the reason for Penn wanting me to have a facility in Washington was they wanted me to continue to engage the Congress and the Senate, the presidency, the administrations, each administrations in debates about what the foreign policy issues were. And so they'd often set up for me to be guest lecturers in Europe or wherever it was, to continue to engage in the fundamental debates about the future of the foreign policy of the United States. So that's why, and if you notice, the Penn Biden Center was as close as you get to the Capitol without being at the Capitol grounds. And it had conference rooms and the like, so I could bring down people and they come down and debate issues like they do in other fora, like the Council on Foreign Relations. So that was sort of a generic model.
And given that, was that I suppose the reason for you to have a home in the Washington, D.C. area?
Yes, because my wife was still teaching. It worked for her to be able to continue to teach at Northern Virginia Community College, and rather than have her commute. And if I had gone back and located in Delaware permanently, I wouldn't have had the reach. I'd be traveling a lot down here and in other areas to not just engage American diplomats, but engage foreign diplomats to come and talk about foreign policy.
Understood.
And it was to expose the students too. I mean, that was the whole idea here. Expose the Penn students to these opportunities.
Any other questions on that general overview? All right. I'd like to move on to the next topic, which generally is going to cover questions about your handling of classified information and materials during your vice presidency. And let me try to frame the following set of questions for you. We well understand that the president and the vice president in our system of government are the ultimate consumers of intelligence and classified information. And in order for you to properly do your constitutional duties, you have to have ready and convenient access to classified information. And so part of the reason we've been talking to so many people during the course of our investigation is we're trying to get a better sense of how vice presidents, and you in particular when you were vice president, how you stored and accessed that information. Given that the classified handling rules that apply to every other human being in government don't necessarily apply to the president and the vice president. Those two folks are different. All that being said, in the end, we have to write a report that explains how and why certain classified documents got to where they got. So part of why we're asking this next set of questions, and we've been talking to so many of the people we've talked to, is we are just trying to understand the paper flow of classified information. How does it get to a vice president? How did it get to then Vice President Biden? And then where do these documents go from there? So that's the reason, that's the relevance of this next set of questions, of that whole topic to our investigation. So all that said, we hope that you can share with us your recollections about how you handled classified and those paper flows and processes during the time that you were vice president. So we understand that due to the sheer volume of paper and the need to send material to archives after you're done with them, your papers were constantly being collected by members of your staff. And the new materials were being provided to you. And part of the way that happened was that you received binders on a near daily basis. Sometimes they were unclassified binders, sometimes they were classified binders. And this is, I suppose, the more higher level, more general question. I could see how there might be a tension between, on one hand, your staff being eager to collect that stuff from you, make sure it's properly disposed of and then sent to archives or whatever needs to happen to it. But on the other hand, you may say, well, I'm not done with that. I need to read that more than once. I need to hang on to it for a little bit. I need to digest it so I can properly incorporate it into my thinking and my decision making. And so I could understand, and I think we got an understanding of those two competing dynamics. So with that framing, when you were vice president and you received classified documents that you wanted to hang on to for a bit, it wasn't just a read it once and send it on type thing. You wanted to hang on to it for a little longer. How did you handle that? How did you store those materials, and how did it eventually get returned to where it needed to go?
Well, look, first of all, the binders you talk about were binders that were for the Presidential Daily Brief. There's a blue bag that has a lock on it that comes over. It has a computer in it, and it has a laptop kind of deal, and it has a binder with all the most important. I can show you one today, but of the events of the day. So we tab 1, 2, 3, 4, and it'll have a listing what they are. Almost everything, with notable exceptions in that, is classified. And so I would sit there and either read that with other personnel. We have they call it a PDB, a Presidential Daily Brief, which I would attend, or I would be reading it myself. And when I took notes, I would take notes on the paper most of the time to remind myself what I wanted to follow up on. And then I'd sit with my national security team and say, we should follow up on this, find out more about whether or not, who killed Cock Robin, and find out. And so the binders like this that I received, a binder that we handed this way. I don't recall getting a whole lot of those binders handed to me, like something like you hand me today. It would be the Presidential Daily Brief that would have it. But a lot of times what I get is I get briefed from my national security advisor, get briefed by my whoever was handling various aspects of the foreign policy for me. And that's how I get briefed. They come in and they'd have, 5 papers in their hands. And they'd say, here's a copy for you. Let's go over what we're doing here. That was the way. I got very little material that had on the front of it, classic with the yellow or the white red boundary on it or the blue one or whatever. I got very little of that, other than through the PDB that I recall. Anything that had that on it, what I would do when I finished it, I'd leave it on the desk and they'd collect it, take it in. I'm trying to, does that answer your question?
It's very helpful. I have a follow-on question.
Sure.
Which is, so let's focus on the PDD materials, which I think you said had a electronic component to it, like it.
Yeah, I never used that one.
Okay, but there were also paper.
It was a binder.
A binder. PDD binder. Okay. So let's say you're reviewing the PDD binder and you think to yourself, this stuff right here, this part of the PDD binder, that's important, and I want to think about that some more. I want to read it again. I want to talk to my members of my own national security staff about it, and I'm not ready for that to get whisked away and taken.
I don't ever recall that happening. It may have, but usually what I'd do, I'd write down on a note card, follow up with Jake on bang, follow up with boom on boom. And then I'd call my team in and say, what do you think this means? That so-and-so moved forces here or there, or so-and-so said such and such, and follow on that way. And I said, well, can you do me a memo on that? And they'd go back and anyway.
Okay, understood. Do you recall any instances in which, say the PDD binder had tabs 1 through 5, 1 through 10 or something, where you would actually remove something and say, to make my conversation with my national security staff, my team easier, I'm going to say, pull this out, and then I'm going to say, hey guys, I need help on this.
I don't ever recall that.
Okay.
Taking anything out of the PDB binder. What I would do is I'd say, I'm keeping the binder till this afternoon. I want to talk to you about this. Come back in and take a look at it with me. But I don't ever recall taking pieces of the binder out.
I see. Were there occasions in which you said, I'm going to hang on to this PDB binder for a while? Like, I need another day or two with it.
Well, there may be. We lock it back up and say, I want to see this one with what tomorrow says. And so I keep it. I have it with me in the office for a day or whatever.
And when you would have it with you in the office for that additional period of time, where did that end up getting?
It was locked, and the staff would, I don't know where they'd put it, but the actual case it was in was actually had a lock on
Okay. And whom would you end up asking to do that?
it. I never asked anybody. It just got done. I don't know. I can't remember who.
I see. Okay. But if you left the PDB binder on your desk,
Yes, they'd take it.
how did they know whether to take it and then
It was on my
it
desk.
goes away?
It was on my desk, they'd take it.
Sorry, just going to finish my question for a moment. How did they know if they saw a PDB binder on your desk? How do they know whether to take it and know he's done with it? It can go away to wherever these things go, or he needs it for another day, so let's lock it up here. How
I
do
don't ever recall the binder alone being left on the desk. The binder would be in the bag. If I put the bag on my desk, it says, take it away, I'm finished with it. If I took it and I left it next to my desk, that means hold on to it till tomorrow.
I see. And when you say next to your desk, does that mean actually on
I don't know
floor?
where the hell.
Okay. But someplace other than on your desk?
Yeah, it'd be sitting against a drawer on the end table behind me, but it would not be. It was too big to put in the outbox. I have two boxes on my desk. An inbox, you probably do too if you're ever able to keep up with what you're doing, and an outbox. Okay? So I would drop it, it's big. I mean, the briefcase is this big. And I'd drop it on top of those two boxes and or on my desk when I left. That meant I'm finished with this particular PDB.
But if it was not in that particular place on your desk, then your staff knew
They'd hold
you
it
got to hang on to
and
this.
they'd hang on to it to the
Okay.
next day. And where they put it, I don't know.
Okay. All right, that's very helpful. And we may circle back to that in a little bit, but let me move on to, as long as we're talking about your staff, we've gotten to know the names of some of the folks who worked in your front office staff during your vice presidency. Michelle Smith, so I wanted to ask some questions relating to duties that those, I guess we'll call them front office staff. Is that an accurate description of them?
I never did, but sure.
Okay, well, what did you call them?
By their first names.
Okay.
No, I'm not being facetious. I'm not being facetious. And by the way, a lot of the stuff would come back in if my intelligence team came in and they gave me something, they'd come and pick it up, whatever it was. So for example, now, I'm trying to think back 10 years, or more than 10 years, I guess. No, about 10 years. But today, I had a briefing about what's going on in Israel, a detailed briefing, in my residence upstairs in a room that's not dissimilar to this off of the bedroom. And it was a secure call, get finished, and I ordered what my papers the way I wanted, and I got on the phone, I said, Jake and Tony Blinken, Jake's my national security guy, Tony Blinken, my Secretary of State. I said, guys, we got to follow up on boom, 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 what's going to happen here. And then I took my papers, looked at what I knew, put them in a pile, they're sitting in the middle of my desk. Now, somebody now will probably would come along and pick those up, or Tony may come in or whomever. It's even though the residents and grab whatever it is that I wanted, or just leave it there for me to be able to review when I get back.
So what you just walked through was an example of your practice as president.
It was the same thing.
It was.
It was the same process. I just can't remember who the individuals were doing it.
Okay. But besides the PDB binder,
Yeah.
that was another flow of classified documents to your intelligence team when you were vice president, bringing you classified material on other topics. That also happened when you were vice president.
Beyond the PDB?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And were there ever occasions, I'll ask the same question I asked before about the PDB, about this other category of classified documents. Were there occasions when you thought, I want to hang on to this. I got to read it again. I got to think about it some more. I got to wait until something else comes
If
out.
it was marked with if it was in a binder or had a marking on it, top secret, that cover page, or eyes only, then I would always give that back and have them hold it wherever they held it, and for me to. But lots of times what happens is, Pat Moynihan was right. We overclassify everything. And one of the things that for example, every time Jake writes me a memo, he puts on it eyes only. Well, 99% of what's in there is not classified material. I said, Jake, now I'll read it, go through it, mark it up, ask questions on it for him to get back to me. But I finally said, Jake, only mark those things which really are eyes only, eyes only. But it's so easy just to say, anything I'm writing must be eyes only. And 99.9% of it has nothing to do with anything I couldn't pick up and read out loud to the public. Am I making any sense to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Understood. So let me circle back now to the questions relating to Michelle. Those folks who, let's wrap this. Folks who sat at those desks right outside your West Wing office when you were vice president. That group of people.
Okay.
Did you ask those folks who sat at those desks right outside your West Wing office as vice president? Did you ask them to keep? Did you ask them to hang on to classified material that you would like to consult again, and have that maintained out in their office space?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall where classified would be kept if you
No.
asked your staff to hang on to it?
No. I assume they locked it up in their drawers of their desk, or there may be a safe. I don't know.
So if you had asked your staff to hang on to some classified material that you didn't want to go away quite yet, how did they know how long to hang on to? In other words, would they ever come back to you and say, sir, it's been a few days, do you still need this, or can we get rid of it?
I just want to make good, because he said he didn't recall ever doing that. So what is this? Can you rephrase your question, Rob?
I'm sorry, I thought that he actually did remember having some material stored away and locked away by his staff.
I said, I don't know where they locked it. There's things that I've said that I'm going to need this tomorrow. They could very well have then given it back to the staff who wrote it,
Right.
and remind them tomorrow I want to talk about it. They could have put it somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah. So this next question that I'm asking right now is not about where it was kept, but rather how long
I have no
did
idea.
your staff know how to hang on to it? Did they have a process where they said, sir, it's been a couple days, do you still need this?
No, what would happen is whoever the person who wrote the memo that I want, they would probably come back and say, do you still want to talk about this? That's more likely.
Yeah, and I just wanted to note, so it's clear on the record, the president just used the word probably. I mean, in a given day, I just want to get clear, he's giving his best recollection of conversations and tons of material that could have come his way, and he would have communicated his preferences and his wishes in various fashion. I just want to make that clear on the record. Okay.
So back when the time you were serving as vice president, sir, did you bring classified material back to the Naval Observatory from the West Wing?
I'm sure I did.
And can you tell us about what kinds of material you would take back with you? You talked about, would you take PDB binders back to the Naval Observatory?
I PD binders were treated in a completely different way. They got locked up, and then when I finished reading, they got locked up, they get handed to whoever was going to take them, and it's usually the people from the intelligence community would come and get them. I guess that's who came and got them. And if I was going to take something home to continue to study it, or I have staff over to the house to continue this discussion, I would say I'm taking this with me, and I hand it back to whoever the staff person was by the clearance that I was talking to about it. But I don't recall any specifics about that. But I mean, that's how I would do it if I was going to do anything. And there's a lot of a lot of business got done as vice president from the residents. I mean, a lot of business got done, by the way. And so there was a whole, it was like a machine. You know, I'd leave something on the desk that I was working out of in the office I set up in the vice president's office, and they'd come and clear it out. And you know, when I got finished, I mean, it was much more routine because it was all in one place. There were personnel on the ground like there are now, not nearly as many, but you know, and so you know, that's all. I mean, that's how I remember.
So
I'm sorry, what was the last part? So that's how you remembered it. I just want to make sure I was picked up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it sounds like what you were describing is that the system of your staff handling classified material at the Naval Observatory was similar to the way that it was handled in your West Wing office, which is if you were done with classified, you left it on your desk, and then your staff would take it and dispose of it. And I think I'm hearing that this same thing happened with respect to your workspace at the Naval Observatory.
Generically, yeah. I had two desks. I had a desk downstairs. I had an office that I turned one of the rooms into a library, and I had a desk there, and I'd have meetings there. I'd call staff over there. We'd have meetings. I'd even, for example, I remember because I saw a picture recently. That's where I saw Xi Jinping. I had him at the vice president's residence. I had other leaders there. So there would occasionally be lunches there. So there was more done in the VP's residence than clearly when I wasn't vice president, when I was a senator, or when I was out of office.
And I've had the pleasure of actually visiting the Naval Observatory, but I just want to have a better sense of where that workspace was.
Go look at it.
Was it at the...
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think you got to have a sense of, I mean, that home used to be the Chief of Naval Operations office until we had to throw the governor of Maryland out of office as vice president. And then that's when they took over the place for the vice president. And that's why it's called the Naval Observatory still. It's a Victorian home. It's a, you know, function where they make the meals and things like that. So, and then there's a room that I turned into a meeting where I would work when I was home.
And you mentioned a second office.
Bedroom. There was a bedroom, and there's those Victorian homes. You know how they have the and I put a small desk in there so I could work when I wanted to work in my pajamas or, you know,
I see.
that kind of thing.
So was this space in your side of it? Okay, that's helpful.
My wife did not like.
And I apologize if you've already addressed this, I can't recall. Do you know where your staff secured classified
No
documents at the Naval Reserve?
No.
All right,
By the way, I don't know they stored anything at the Naval Observatory. They may have.
I see.
In other words, if they came, they'd pick it up and take it wherever they were, back to the office in the West Wing, or they take it. I don't know where they took it,
I see.
but they didn't leave it there.
Okay. So I think implicit in that is you didn't have an understanding, or you never directed your staff, hey, I want you to keep this classified in a safe here at the Naval Observatory.
No.
Okay. Okay. One of the things we've learned by speaking to other members of your staff when you were vice president is that folks in your national security staff actually kept track of classified minors that had been provided to you, and they tried to track. This one's been returned, but this one has not. Let's try to find the ones that have not. Do you recall your staff?
I don't ever recall them telling me they were looking for a binder that I had that they couldn't find. I don't ever recall that.
Okay.
Could have happened, but I don't ever recall it.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you clearly there. Do you recall your staff ever coming directly to you and saying, sir, we can't find binder X or binder Y?
I don't recall. It doesn't say it didn't happen, but I can't recall that.
Anything else on that before I move on?
I had a slightly unrelated question, Mr. President, but it is something you mentioned just a minute ago. You said that sometimes Jake, I think you were talking about Jake Sullivan, I think you were talking about today, will write you a memo and 99% of it is not classified, but it'll still mark it as eyes only.
More sensitive.
Yeah, we've been trying to understand eyes only and what that means. Is that used as a classification marking?
I would like to avoid having the president address the legal requirements for classification. I think it's clear he relied on staff for that.
My question, I think, is different, which is just what you understand eyes only to refer to.
It means I'm writing this for you. It could be eyes only. I don't even want the president or the secretary of state or anyone. This is, for example, I often had disagreements on policy matters with some of the foreign policy team that really good people that Barack had. I think it's fair to say Barack relied on me to do a lot of foreign policy because that's one of the reasons I think he asked me to be vice president, chairman of the committee and all of it. But if my team thought someone else in administration was exaggerating or making a mistake or wanting to, send more troops into Iraq, I'm making this up, and I didn't want to. It might put eyes only, like, this is not, this is, we're having a fight with Charlie Schmidlap in the administration about what we do. The president's going to have to make a decision on this. But anything that was marked, classified with those markers, I never, ever remember doing anything other than being fastidious about where it went, how it got handled, and we got back to whoever gave it to me.
And when you say with those markings, just for the record, if I may, sir.
Do we have a copy of any of that stuff?
Yes. You mean the colored borders?
Yeah,
yes.
borders. Because that's usually what they put in front of a book that they give a binder. They'll have something on you have written here, President Biden, binder 1. They'd have this, they'd slide in this sheet that says top secret, or slide in a sheet that says classified, you know, and it's easily marked, you know, it's a different color.
And that's helpful. We know the cover sheets that you're talking about.
Yeah.
In your understanding, if something is marked eyes only, does that mean that it's being treated as classified, or does it not mean that?
I'm sorry, what's the question again, Mark?
Yeah.
If it's marked eyes only, does that mean it's classified or not?
In
The
your understanding.
The answer is I'm not sure.
Okay.
And just as a general rule, I do want to not interrupt the flow of the question. I really don't want the president to be in a position where he's addressing specific questions about the classification system, distinctions among classification categories and whatever for purposes of this interview.
I just mean to be asking about what you understand those words to mean, eyes only, because it's not a phrase that we are familiar with. So we're trying to.
Right, that's why I think it was mainly, look, keep this quiet because you don't want this getting around. Inside an administration, not classified, you don't want, for example, I had real strong disagreements on a couple policy matters that were consequential relating to the allocation of forces. And there were some really bright guys who were in the administration who I strongly disagreed with on something. So you might say, it's eyes only, like, Joe, this is what you asked for, but just understand. But I didn't see, it wasn't eyes only very often. I'm trying to think how often, maybe it's, I can't remember.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've talked about your West Wing office. We've talked about the Naval Observatory, and now I have a similar set of questions with respect to the Lakehouse in Wilmington. So when you were serving as vice president, did you bring classified material with you from the West Wing or the Naval Observatory to the Lakehouse?
Occasionally, because I did a lot of business from there. If you're in there for 99 hours, whatever the hell you were, with 375 people or whatever the number was, I'm teasing you. You guys you left everything in place. I just hope you didn't find any risque pictures of my wife in a bathing suit, which you probably did. She's beautiful. But all kidding aside, I have a library, and the library has two filing cabinets in it, and it has built in to the walls. I built that home, built into the walls, a space for a copy machine, for a what do you call it? When they send me stuff, fax machine. I have shelves that I have binders like this in it that I put together that aren't classified. They're about speeches I made on this matter, speeches I made on that matter. I just warn you all, never make one great eulogy because you get asked to do everybody's eulogy. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. How many people you know did eulogize Teddy and Strom Thurmond? You know, I mean, go anyway. All kidding aside, so I have things I'd like to get my hands on, so I don't repeat myself. You know, or that I want to get some ideas. But they're not classified. They're sitting up there. I'm sure, well, I'm not sure actually. Anyway, so there's that room, which is a formal library. You've seen pictures of it. You've been in it, I assume. And it also has a filing cabinet there that can be locked next to the desk. And the drawers of the desk can be locked as well. It's what you're able to do is an outgoing senator is able to purchase his desk if he wants to. So I purchased my desk for posterity's sake. And you can purchase when you leave the cabinet, when you leave the Senate, vice presidency or presidency, you can purchase those chairs for $6 million. I purchased that. And you're able to purchase, or I was given someone purchased where we gave me a gift, Teddy Kennedy, my chair I had in the Senate for all the years I had. So I have that chair is in that library as well. And so, And then what I have is up on the third, actually, I built that house. So the sun would always shine. And, I mean, I'm a frustrated architect. If you went through, you probably saw all those significant number of house plans that I had drawn and have drawn. Matter of fact, in order to try to convince me not to run for the Senate for the 19th time, my wife said, look, if you don't run, I'll pay for architectural school for you. I'm not I'm deadly earnest, not a joke. And at any rate, what I had was, a I can't remember exactly. And I built that for two reasons. My dad was getting ill, and I did not want he and mom to be living alone. Although I commuted every day, they lived not far from me, along with the Cold White Clay Creek. Anyway, so when I built the house, I built it and it cut out that looks out on, we call the lake, but it's a 10-acre pond someone else had built. And there's a good, and there's a pool table and a couch, and then a big fireplace, and as well as and then there's a rectangle off the side. And because I wanted my parents to be able to live there and have the privacy of having there was and so in that there were two file cabinets that were attractive that I had when I was in either the home that I bought furniture for the home in Cambridge Road or other, and so there were two that big, and with two double file drawers each of the corners. So there are files down there, and then so we call that, you want to call it the floor, whatever you want to call it. And you're in the whole is a beautiful. Cost me more than the whole house. Literally, I had it handmade because I made a mistake of renting a place that had a magnificent. Anyway, and then you go to and in the off I had a where I took the desk I had as a lawyer. The first big case I went out and bought a beautiful desk at Credenza. You guys may have done something similar. And I have that in there, a couch and bookshelving and television in there. And there's a file cabinet in there, plus the file cabinets on the credenza behind that open with two big file drawers. And there's a file drawers on the desk. And so there's other. And then as things piled up, there was on the I wanted to have access for my to be able to come live with me if they wanted to or be with me. And what I did, I made sure that so you wouldn't think you're walking. So you and there is a big television, and below the television there are filing cabinets, two long filing cabinets that the television sits on. And so straight ahead, and so I can't think of what else may have been piled up there, as the FBI can tell you they're up there. I also had, because I'm a frustrated architect, my gift was a drafting board that I got for Christmas a long time.
So drafting what's?
A drafting board. You know,
Board.
Board. You sit and draft design. And so I have more stuff stacked up there now. And what happens is, as vice president and as president, the photographer takes hundreds of pictures of you. And if you're on the way out, just so you know what we're talking about, you got to walk them by just so they know what I'm talking about. There are pictures that are put on, what kind of board is that called? Anyway,
Poster board.
a poster board, a sticker.
Yeah.
And they're about 3 feet by 2 feet. And there's great pictures of all kinds of different things. And so I have them hanging on the walls all over the downstairs television room and some of the library, because they tell stories like I went to Mongolia and great pictures. I unfortunately embarrassed the hell out of the leader of Mongolia. They were doing what they would do at the time of the invasion of the Mongols into Europe in the 800s, and they'd show what a normal day was, how they picnic, how they bivouac, and so we're out in the middle of nowhere, and you're looking up on the hill, and you see this tiny line. It's a 20-mile horse race with all these kids under the age of 16 on bareback racing to come down. And, they're sumo wrestlers and doing everything they do. And so they walked over and they had a target, big bales of hay 100 yards away. And these guerrillas were, taking shots. And I don't know if it's to embarrass me or to make a point, but they handed the bow and arrow. I'm not a bad archer. But the only problem they were if I could pull it back, so and pure luck, I hit the goddamn target. No, I really did. Bales of hay, there were like 20 bales of hay with a big target in the middle of the bale. And so I didn't mean anything by it. I turned to the prime minister, handed it to him. The poor son of a bitch couldn't pull it back. Anyway, so I have pictures like that, that are up against the wall. And down here, they're all over in the West Wing. Anyway, so a lot of those pictures, you remember seeing them piled up. I mean, there must be 50 of them. I don't know what to do with them, So there's a lot of stuff in that attic that is, material that, and some of it is, I think some of it is notebooks of mine. I'm not sure, but anyway, that's the totality of where things would be.
Understood. That was very helpful. We have some photographs maybe to show you, but you appear to have a photographic understanding and
No, and it buzzes grass for 3 years to build a house and plant it.
And there are parts of what you just helpfully shared with us that I'd like to circle back on.
Here's a question I have for you, Rob.
Yes.
I'm just mindful I'm getting the 1 hour mark. I wonder if we could take, if it's okay with you, Mr. President.
I'm okay to keep going.
If we could take just a 10-minute break or a 5-minute break, would that be okay?
That would, if you all would like to keep going, I can keep going, but if you all would like to take a break, that's also great.
I think on the hour mark, it's to take at least 5 minutes. If that's what it's. Let's do that, and we have a workroom for you here, and we'll keep it really short.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Be back here in 5 minutes?
Yeah, be back here in 5
Okay.
minutes. That's perfect.
Careful leaving your book.
The time is approximately 1:15. We're going on break. It is 1:24. We're back from break.
All right, we're back from break. Everyone that was in the room is back in the room now.
Hey.
So I'd like to start on a different topic, which is questions about the process of actually moving out of your West Wing office, moving out of the Naval Observatory at the end of your vice presidency.
Okay.
So let's start with the West Wing office. At the end of your vice presidency, as you were preparing to leave that office, what files or documents do you recall there actually being in your West Wing office?
I don't have any idea.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't know.
Okay. Who was in charge of the process of packing up your materials?
You know, I'm trying to think. Was my main person. She was my executive secretary, and so people would go through her to get things. But you mentioned another woman.
Michelle Smith.
I think, was she the one that was getting material to the University of Delaware? And in other words, one of them focused on taking the things that she thought Delaware might want, or that would go to the, what's it called? You know, the federal government.
The archives.
The archives, or to Delaware Archive, or wherever it would go. And so I think helped organize what she thought they'd want, and because Delaware didn't want everything. I mean, as I recall. So, but I think they were the ones. I don't want to hold them responsible, get them in trouble, but I believe they were the ones who were packing up. Not maybe they weren't, but they had guys come and help pack it up, and were deciding, you know, where things were going, to the best of my knowledge.
And I think I just want to be sure I'm clear that I'm understanding here. Were there different people in charge of packing up different types of materials?
No, I didn't. I just left that to the outer office to decide who packed what.
Okay. But some materials were going to the Delaware archives.
I assume, yes. I assume they were going, some things were going to the Delaware archives, and some things went to, because I didn't direct them there, went to the
National Archives,
the
the federal
National
government.
Archives, yes, it's
Okay.
the federal government. And some things went to the Biden Center. This is when I'm finishing up as vice president, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, anyway.
And do you recall that there were some things also that were going to go to your transition office?
I'm sure there probably were. They decided something. I let them decide where things would go. And the problem, my generic problem was, there's a lot of stuff. No, I really mean it. Like, I don't want them all in my house. I don't want all this, you know, it's not like there are things that, I mean, like, what do you do with all the memorabilia? I'm not being facetious. What do you do with those statues? What do you do with those? I mean, you know. So I just let it to them.
And when you say you left it to them,
The front office. And I'm sure that Steve Ricchetti was my chief of staff, I think, wasn't he?
Was.
And so I'm sure it was more like a project with people who've been with me a long time. I assume. Because look, one of the things that I used to get kidded about, they did a deal in the Congress, the Senate, when there was talking about staff and staff rotation, and they concluded that the majority of my staff had been with me for for like 20 years. There was continuity. People, either I was really easy or what I was doing was interesting. But no, I'm serious. Like Ted Kaufman was with me for 35 years. Just a lot of people who were with me for the vast bulk of my career, and who I never had to explain anything to after a while. I'm not being facetious. On an issue, that follow up on this. They knew the background. And I'm not talking foreign policy or classified. I'm just talking, how do we prevent the auto strike? What do we do to deal with boom? Anyway.
So when it comes to the process of packing up and sending your things from your West Wing office to various places, do you ever recall having a meeting or a conversation with Mr. Ricchetti or?
No.
Okay. It happened.
Yeah. That's my recollection. Now, maybe they had meetings, maybe they did ask me questions. I don't recall though.
Okay. Anything else in the West Wing office? Okay, so now let's talk about the Naval Observatory. So you've been living there for 8 years. So at the end of your vice presidency, what kinds of papers or documents or files were at the Naval Observatory as you were preparing to leave and move out?
Well, there are. I'm trying to think. A lot of my speeches, a lot of the initiatives I've taken, a lot of, there are probably some press clippings, I'm guessing. Trying to think, what else? Photographs. I don't know.
And where would those have been within the Naval Observatory? You mentioned a couple of workspaces earlier.
Well, if you're talking about anything that was a substantive matter, classified or otherwise, the fight in the Judiciary Committee over whether or not I was the guy who wrote the Violence Against Women Act. It really meant a lot to me. And so they might find stuff with the Violence Against Women Act in one section of a drawer or in the shelves of the library of the Naval Observatory, or issues relating to. I know it doesn't sound strange to you guys, but agriculture is a $4 billion industry. Agriculture is a $4 billion industry in Delaware, in the Delaware Peninsula, and so, or I have a lot of political things that I don't know where they were, but I know I had material where I like there's a whole bunch of stuff around about what made me run for president in the first place, and about how things worked out. For example, I was I got a job with I didn't take law school very seriously, but I won the International Court competition. I was, as a matter of fact, the first time in tort class we had a really difficult professor, very well-known professor in Syracuse, and he called on me to just, they do in law school, discuss a case, in your first torts class. And I'd never read the case, and I stood up and I spoke for 10 minutes. The whole class stood up, started clapping. And he said, "Mr. Biden, you're going to be a hell of a trial lawyer." He said, "Not a single thing you have to do with that had to do with that." But at any rate, so, in law school, I got out of law school and I got, believe it or not, odd job offers from some prestigious law firms. And I was not sure where I wanted to go out west, or where I wanted to move to Idaho, I thought. so I was going to go out and interview at Boise Cascade. That's all I really did. But I took a job with the best-known trial firm in Delaware. Did mostly civil defense issues, and I remember a guy named brilliant guy went to Amherst and Harvard, saying when he was interviewing me, he said, in those days you had to, today you'd be killed. You had to put your photograph in the upper right-hand corner when you're applying for a job. And he looked at me and said, I assume you expect to be hired on your looks. And I said, and I thought the job was over. And I said, well, it would improve the look of your firm. And, I mean, I would just, anyway, to make a long story short, they ended up offering me a job. And in Delaware, it used to have the lowest pass rate in the country because we're not big on encouraging lawyers to come and play in Delaware. It's a very tight bar. And so what happened was you take the bar, you graduate, you have to clerk for somebody for 6 months, no matter what. And they don't give the bar exam until the middle of September. You don't get your results for the bar exam until January. And so I got hired in the meantime by this firm, appropriately named Prickett, Ward, Burton, Sanders. And make a long story, not quite so long, I was sitting second chair with the guy who ran the firm, Prickett, Mr. Prickett. And it was a young man who we represented. That's like a construction company. You know, they have to turn those. We have more oil refineries than any place other than in Houston, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, Marcus, up that area. And this poor kid is down a 100-foot vessel chimney, scraping hydrogen bubbles off of the inside when they shut the plant down once every, whatever, 8 months or 6 months or a year, whatever it is. And he was wearing the wrong pants, wrong jeans, and a spark caught fire. He got caught in the containment vessel and lost part of his penis and one of his testicles. And he was 23 years old. And I sat through his presentation with the senior. And we had in Delaware, which is the Bond family had no influence, of course, contributory negligence. If you were slightly contributory negligence, you were out. And so the senior partner turned to me and said, write a memo for tomorrow. We're going to make a motion to dismiss after you present this case. So I did. I wrote this memo, and son of a bitch, it prevailed. And I looked over at that kid and his wife holding 2 little kids. I thought, son of a bitch, I'm in the wrong business. I'm not made for this. And there's a famous club called the Wilmington Club. No blacks, Catholics have ever been allowed to be members. They're the DuPont family thing. And there was a place called the Wilmington Club. And he thought he was doing it. He said, take me to lunch at the Wilmington. I said, the only time I ever lied that I can remember looking somebody in the eye. I mean it sincerely. And I said, oh, my dad's coming in today. I was going to say, okay, he didn't give a damn what I wanted. I walked across and walked into the basement of a public building and walked in with a guy named Frank. I said, I want a job as a public defender. He said, don't you work for Prickett? He said, you okay? Like, what's the hell the matter with you? And I quit and became a public defender. The process of that was, that's what got me, and I had been involved with the civil rights movement. That got me deeply involved in trying to reform the Democratic Party, which was a Southern Democratic Party. We were a slave state by law. We were one of the border states, and we couldn't figure out. Anyway, but the Democratic Party was a conservative party in Delaware. The DuPont family ran the Republican Party, but they were like a Rockefeller Republicans at the time. And so I got involved with a group of people trying to reform the Democratic Party. And the whole point of telling you all this is I had a lot of material that I kept notes on that were as I was taking on the Democratic Party. And they came to me and asked me to, this group, this new Democratic coalition, I had, in the meantime, it's 2 years down the road, I was 26 years old, 27. And I went to work part-time for a criminal defense firm, mainly, and a real estate firm. There were the two, there were 5 people. And so I was no longer a public defender because I couldn't be public defender and work for that firm. And one thing led to another, and I joined this group to try to reform the party. And they came to me about, and I was making the case, we just got to get more candidates to run. We're not represented. And the southern part of the state of Delaware talk at you like this for real. You go down, you think I'm joking? I'm not joking. Oh, damn boy, I don't agree with a damn thing you say, but at least I know where you stand. That's how they talk. And it was solidly Democrat, but Southern Democrat. We were the only state in the nation occupied by the military for 10 months with drawn bayonets in every corner when Dr. King was assassinated. And that's really what got me going. Long story, and I'll end because it relates to maybe some of the other things you may ask about, is that I had a lot of material that I did recently. When you're the youngest guy in the room, you get to turn the lights on and off. And so I amassed a lot of material making the case why the party had to change, and it ended up that about 10 months in, a group from the area where I lived came to me and said they wanted me to run for the state senate. I said, no, I can't do that. I'm thinking of starting my own law firm. This guy, I can't do that. And because they meet in Dover, and then next thing that happened was they came back about 3 weeks later and said we went to the office I was in. At the time, I had now started my own office. And I didn't realize, over my age, I ever started an own law firm. I hired 2 lawyers. I had no freaking money, but I hired them to pay them more than I was going to make. And I started this firm. And I remember standing looking out over the public building, and they said, how about running for the county council? I said, no, I can't go down. He said, they meet right across the street there. Only twice a week at night you can do this. So to make a long story short, I ended up doing it. But I wanted to be sure that I was going to lose, because so I ran in a district that no one's ever won, the Democrats ever won, and I won. And next thing you know, I'm in a tough position. My generic point was there was a lot of material that I had amassed that I wanted to save. I probably still have it somewhere. And so that stuff would travel wherever the hell I was.
So, sir, that material that you remember having, again, trying to steer us back to the end of your vice presidency and focusing on your move out of the Naval Observatory. Do you recall having these types of things with you at the Naval Observatory, and this was part of the stuff you were trying to do?
No, I had most of it at my house, in that office.
At the Lakehouse?
At the Lakehouse.
Okay, understood. Okay. So focusing on the move out of the Naval Observatory and the documents and the files that you had there, let me ask you a couple questions. Well, one is, sometimes when people move, moving in my own experience is a pretty terrible process. And sometimes people go through it, they cull. They say, well, I don't want to move this, I'm going to throw this out. Or why should I move this? I don't need it anymore. Did you do any of that culling or thinning out or purging with respect to any of the stuff you were moving out of the Naval Observatory?
I don't recall, because I was so damn busy trying to get set up in the job, what my responsibilities would be, and also my sister was helping me. She's smarter than I am. My sister was helping me with Delaware wanted to know whether or not I wanted a Biden library built there or a Biden center. And the one thing I did want is pure ego. I wanted my kids, grandkids to have a building in the mall. If you've ever been to Delaware, it's like University of Virginia is a beautiful mall. I mean, it really is gorgeous. And they're building a building there, and I wanted them to build the Biden Center, kind of like the Kennedy Center. Matter of fact, I hired the woman who ran the Kennedy Center to come down to help me bring in speakers and things like that. No pay. This was just to get the building built, which is still in process. So I was doing a lot of that, and I wasn't, among other things, as I was leaving the vice presidency, I don't recall going through anything that wasn't truly personal, which would be up next to my bed or my bedroom, or you know what I mean. I don't recall going through that stuff.
So earlier, we talked about who was in charge of packing up your West Wing office. So I'll ask the same question now. Who was in charge?
I don't know. I never asked anybody. I did, it was like people who work with me even now. Like when I walk out of the office and I want to get something done, what I'll do is I'll ask. He doesn't have to do it all. Make sure somebody, get the press team in here so to come up with a statement relating to such and such. She doesn't do the statement, I just rather. Anyway, so there's nobody in particular other than the people who I can reach to right outside the office and say, we got to get this done. I don't ever recall saying, I don't know, there was a library, there was a bookshelf in the vice president's office. And I remember, I think it had things in there like genealogy. I said, make sure that, that all gets taken care of as I'm walking out. But I don't recall ever saying, you do this, you do that. They'd come to me and say, what do you want done with A, B, C, or D? And I can't remember, quite frankly, even any of those questions. But I didn't pay any attention to how they backed it up.
And I want to make sure that the thrust of my question is clear in that it makes perfect sense that with respect to official type matters, you grab whoever's closest and say, I got to get something done. My question is about packing up stuff in your personal residence at the Naval Observatory. And our understanding is that was, that was something that you personally funded. You had to pay on your own credit card a mover to take stuff out of the Naval Observatory and then take it to Wilmington. So with respect to your personal effects, your personal documents,
the only thing I remember on that was furniture, because I wanted to make sure they didn't take anything out of the VP residence that wasn't mine, that was federal government property. But I don't remember saying, don't take or take this or send this or, I don't know how the staff decided what papers, kind of, they're talking about, material, what would go to the residence and what would go to. Is that how the stuff got in the garage?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is that how the stuff got in mine didn't get my garage so much later. Where stuff one day came home all on the garage floor. This was later though, it must have been after, anyway.
Okay. Well, here's another question relating to the move out of the personal residence of the Naval Observatory. We understand that at some point towards the end of your vice presidency, there were some boxes that you wanted to move yourself, and that Mr. Ricchetti and Mr. Decided, well, we need to help the vice president out with this, and so you all loaded some boxes into Mr. Ricchetti's minivan and the minivan drove those materials out of the naval observatory to where they were going to go. Does that ring a bell?
No, the only thing that rings a bell is you're making my point. They decided that what should be done, that they should help Biden move boxes or whatever. I don't ever remember. I'm sure there were things that boxes where he threw clothing in, threw pictures in, threw, but I don't ever remember packing up written material to go anywhere. It doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I just don't remember any of that.
Okay. Anything else on moving out of the naval observatory? Nope. Okay. All right. So now let's shift gears slightly and talk about the Chainbridge Road residence in McLean, Virginia. So when you were wrapping up your vice presidency and making arrangements for the rental of the house on Chambers Road, how long did you anticipate living there?
I really had no idea. I'm not being facetious when I say that. I knew that in order to get the Penn Biden Center established, I had to, and my sister had spoken up at the Kennedy Center, and she became friends with the woman who ran the Kennedy Center and convinced her to come down and set up the Biden Center, like the Kennedy Center at Harvard. And so I don't consciously remember. It's kind of like my wife asked me the other day. She spoke down at the Truman Library. She said, "Joe, have you decided on your library?" I said, "I have no idea where I've got it. And I don't think I'm just supposed to, while I'm president, think about the library." But she said, "Joe, but that's going to be an important thing." I said, "You ought to talk to somebody about that, Joe." I'm serious. That was a discussion we had. She was very angry with me because she went out and did a thing at the Truman Library. And she said, "That's the place where all that you've done is going to end up being located." And I said, I don't know. There's the Biden Center. I don't know. And I really don't. I have no idea. And apparently my recollection, there's people competing. Syracuse University would like it. The University of Delaware would like it. They want to do it down here in Washington. They want, I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't know how could you raise money anyway while I'm a U.S. Senator to do that. A president. So my point is, it was the same kind of thing. I wasn't thinking about I was just trying to think of, I was hoping that I could have an influence internationally like Tony Blair, like other leaders have from other countries, when they left, have stayed engaged in the public policy sides of the argument. Because I really do think that with a little bit of luck, the world's changing, man. What I was going to do, I was going to write a book before I decided to run about us. I think the world goes through these major inflection points where what's happening at that moment and the 2-4 years around either side of it and the outcome of those discussions determines what the next 6-7 decades look like. I think that's where we are right now. For example, I think now the Israeli thing has changed it all, but we're in a position where I fundamentally changed our position in the Indo-Pacific. When I told my team, my foreign policy team and intelligence people, I was going to get Japan to engage in Europe and work out a deal with South Korea. They looked at me like I was nuts. I got it done. This is not classified, when I put together what they call AUKUS, the ability of Australia to have nuclear capacity, which really changes the whole dynamic in the Indian Ocean. When I was able to bring together the Quad, India, Australia, Japan, the United States, I just had 16 Pacific Island leaders here that were heads of state. And I mean, we have a chance to fundamentally change and make different and more secure that part of the world, which China's influence is seeking to be profound. The same way in Africa. I mean, there'll be 1 billion people in Africa, but guess what? We're going to build the first transcontinental railroad across that country. We're going to make sure Angola has the most significant influx of capital to build a solar facility that's larger than any place in the world.
Mr. President, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure I have a fair amount of material.
Yeah, I'm going to stop. I just want to give you an overall. That's the kind of stuff that I was thinking about, I would still be a part of in the international community and U.S. interest. And that's why Penn, Delaware, those things matter.
Understood. And let me ask this question in a slightly different way. When you were deciding to move into Cambridge Road, the home there, I suppose at one end of the spectrum you could say, I'm going to furnish this place very, very sparsely. I'm not going to bring much there because I'm not going to be there that long. The other end, you could say, I want to bring pretty much everything I own because this is going to be my primary residence. Where along the spectrum was Cambridge Road in your mind in terms of how much stuff you decided to bring there? And that's furniture, that's papers, that's personal effects, things like that.
I decided it had to look good because I was bringing people there that were heads of state, that were national security advisors, that were famous people that I'm trying to get engaged in the Senate, and or members of the House and Senate, that kind of thing. And so I made sure that it was furnished. It was already had furniture, but I switched off some of the furniture and brought in that furniture. Matter of fact, it's still, there's no place to put it. It's up in the 3rd floor of the White House here in the solarium. A couple leather couches, paintings, that kind of thing. And so that's what I brought along. And it wasn't much, I mean, it was, anyway, the place was already nice, and I didn't have to do all the bedrooms upstairs. I didn't need them all. So some were just had a bed in them, and that was it. You know?
Understood. I think before we took the break, if I remember correctly, you had mentioned some specific pieces of furniture. And so I wanted to...
Specific what? I'm sorry, Robert.
Specific pieces of furniture.
Thank you.
And please correct me if I'm misremembering what you told us, but I think you mentioned a couple of file cabinets that I think you said you purchased in order to place them into the Cambridge Road residence. Did I hear you correctly, or am I misremembering?
I purchased, I don't remember having any brought in the chamber. I may have, actually, I'm not sure.
I may be misremembering, so...
I'm not sure. I'm trying to think what it looked like. Do we have any pictures of Cambridge Road?
I do.
I'll tell you, I'll notice.
It should be in the binder in front of you. If we go to... Well, actually, you know what? Let's just start at tab 14. And there are some photos here of part of the Cambridge Road residence. And these begin with base number USSS 523-351_0001. There's another shot, USSS 523-352_0001.
Yeah.
Just to follow you, Robert, are you
Yes.
going through, this is in sequence, because the lettering or the numbering that you're citing is, I'm having a little trouble following.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I see
That's
that
right. The second one shows the desk looking out on two couches.
Yes.
Two leather couches.
So that's 523-352_0001.
And that's my desk and my couches.
Okay.
And then I was deciding whether to set this up as another room at the conference room, but I don't want to do
And when you say the other one's a conference room, are you
it. I mean,
referring
this
to-
room, where all the glass is, well, the question is, what was I going to do, that open space?
Yeah, well, I actually have a slightly different question, and I want to make sure that we're looking at the same photo. I think it's 523-353_0001. Okay, so that you're referring to a conference room. Let's
Well,
start with,
I can't remember what I did with it.
I see.
And the next one is just a different perspective, looking at where my desk was there. And
You're looking at 523-356.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at 379, the last
Okay,
one.
got it. 523-379.
I don't remember. Isn't there a file cabinet there somewhere though? I can't see it.
So,
Oh, here's one.
so these photographs,
Here it is.
these photographs were taken in January 12th, 2017, right after the movers moved stuff in.
Yeah.
And so you'll see in a number of these photos, there are boxes stacked
Yep.
around. So my first question is, who went through these boxes and unpacked them and put their contents in places?
I don't know. I probably went through some of them, but I don't remember. Because a lot of them had pictures, photographs, see them on the wall there. And then there were a lot of books in those boxes too, I think.
Okay. And I think you said you probably unpacked some of these boxes. What would have been in the boxes that you probably unpacked?
The books, probably.
Books.
I don't know. I don't know, but I'm guessing I'd unpack the books
Okay.
because there's someplace to put them.
So it may be helpful now to go on to tab 15. I think you're already there. So this is another set of
15?
photographs.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is another set of photographs
Yep.
of, I believe, the same room at Chambers Road, but I'd like you to take a look through them. These have base numbers starting with, including 91_001,
Yep.
63, and then Vanity Fair _001.
Yeah.
So is this that same office on that
Yeah, same one.
ground floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same place.
So, I'm sorry, the basement rather, the lowest level.
This is the lowest level
Lowest.
at the Chambers Road.
Okay. So in these shots, it looks like we can see the desk. I think you were talking about this desk before.
Yeah.
But where did this desk come from?
I own the desk. Okay. I had it in. I think I had it at the Naval Observatory.
Okay. Is this the desk that you used from the time you were senator? Or no, this is
No,
a different desk.
This is a desk I think I bought from. I can't remember. Had it a long time though.
Okay.
I still have it. I have it upstairs.
Okay. And here we can see a file cabinet.
Yeah.
We could not see the file cabinet in
And
the
I
prior
think that
set.
file cabinet is the one that ends up back in the corner at the lake.
I see. It's the same cabinet.
I believe so.
Okay.
I'd have to measure the same height, but I think so. It has 2 file drawers.
I see. And so in these photos, when the file cabinet was here at Chambers Road, what kinds of things were in it?
Everything, I believe, everything from, empty files to I just have files piled. I needed a file to, I don't know what else was in there. I don't know. I don't remember.
Did anyone else keep files in that file cabinet when it was at Chambers Road, or were they your files?
No, they were all my files, I believe, or at least under my control. Somebody may have made up a file for me, but I don't think. It wasn't like somebody filed their papers in my file cabinet.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because, other people, at least one other person lived there, Dr. Biden lived there. Did she, for example, put things in that cabinet?
She wanted nothing to do with my files. You think I'm kidding, guys.
We believe you.
Not even close.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. How often, when you were living in Chambers Road, how often do you recall being in and out of the file cabinet?
I don't think very often. Most of the stuff was static. But what I did do, I'd have meetings here. I'd have staff meetings here. I would have, anyway, political meetings. I'd have meetings relative to Penn. And I went down, I remember buying this conference table. I believe it was the one I bought in Wilmington, at Burger Brothers, I believe. So when I had meetings, I could actually assemble people around the table.
So you just told us where you bought the conference table. Do you remember, where did the file cabinet come from?
I don't know.
Okay.
Rob, just so the record is clear,
Yes.
when he was talking about the conference table, he
Yes.
had moved on to tab 16, the first picture behind tab 16.
Understood, and that's
052.
got base LW ending in 52. All right, thank you. So, with respect to the file cabinet when it was in Chambers Road, you mentioned having meetings in this space. Was the file cabinet one where you were in and out of it in relation to those meetings?
No, I would never be in and out of, no matter where I was, going in and out of a file cabinet meeting. I didn't know ahead of time what I wanted to talk about. And usually it was just notepads I'd have to talk about what I wanted to solve.
So when you were living in Chambers Road and there were documents relating to things that you were talking with your staff, where were those?
There weren't many documents that I'd be talking to staff about. What I'd be talking about is here at Chambers Road and Penn, how do we get Senator Schmidlap to change his position on such and such an issue? But it was, anyway, if you take a look, look at all the cartoons we have on the wall, that kind of thing. It was also to make it look like a home,
Yes.
and a study where I'd be spending time.
So during this time when you were living in Chambers Road and there were documents related to the Penn Biden Center or the Biden or the cancer moonshot or your book, where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying. And so it was, and by the way, there were still a lot of people at the time when I got out of the Senate that were encouraging me to run in this period, except the president. I'm not being, it's not a mean thing to say. I mean, he just thought that she had a better shot of winning the presidency than I did. And so I hadn't at this point, even though I'm at Penn, I hadn't walked away from the idea that I might run for office again. So if I ran again, I'd be running for president. And so what was happening though, what month did Bo die? May 30th,
2015.
was it 2015 he died?
2015.
I think it's 2015.
I'm not sure the months are, but I think that was
Yeah.
That's right, Mr. President.
And what's happened in the meantime is that Trump gets elected in November of 2017? 2016. All right. So, why did I have 2017 here?
That's when you left office, January of 2017.
Okay. But that's when Trump gets sworn in,
Right.
January.
Right. Correct.
Okay, yeah. And in 2017, Bo had passed, and this is personal. The genesis of the book and the title, Promise Me Dad, was I know you're all close with your sons and daughters, but Bo was like my right arm, and that was my left. These guys were a year and a day apart, and they could finish each other's sentences. And Bo, I used to go home on the train in the period that I was still in the Senate. Anyway, if you remember. There was not pressure. Bo knew how much I adored him. And this sounds so, everybody knew how close we were. There was not anybody in the world who wondered whether or not, anyway. And so.
Sir, I'm wondering if it's a good time to take a break briefly.
No, let me just keep going to get it done. Anyway, here's the deal. Bo, I used to go home when Bo was from Penn. I used to go home on the train on Fridays, and always Jill and I would go as the crow flies. Bo and his family lived a mile from where we lived in Delaware, and so I'd go home, and we'd have dinner together on Friday nights when I'd get home. And my mom, she hadn't died. Yeah, she had died. Anyway, because she had to live with us. And one night we're having dinner, and Jill came at a different train. She was a little bit later. We had the dinner, and Jill said, "I'm going to go home and change," which is a mile away. And she left, and Bo said, "Dad, do you have a minute?" I said, "Sure." And he asked his wife to take his children upstairs and so we could talk with me at the table. And he looked at me and said, "Dad, I know how much you love me." But he said, "Dad, and I know your tendency is when something happens, you're just going to want to quit. You're not going to want to be in the public eye anymore." And he said, I said, "No, well, I'll be fine." He said, "Dad, look at me, Dad." And we have a thing in our family, I don't know where it came from, but you really want someone to say, "Look at me, look at me." And I said, "I'm looking at you, pal." He said, "Promise me, Dad. Give me your word as a Biden dad. Give me your word you'll not drop out." I said, "Bo," I said, "Promise me, Dad. God damn it, promise me, Dad. You have to stay engaged. You have to stay engaged. Promise me." That's where the title of the book came from. And so at this period of time, I'm trying to figure whether or not, when he passes, what am I going to do other than what I'm already doing? What am I going to run for the presidency? And in the meantime, and I had pretty well decided I couldn't handle it. I'd stay involved. I'd keep the promise. I'd be involved in periphery politics. And then, I forget the date, that's when Charlottesville happened. When those folks came out of the woods literally out of the fields carrying torches and Nazi swastikas and singing the same damn anti-Semitic Bible that was sung in Germany in the early 30s. Accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan and the head of the Klan. And a young woman got killed. And I spoke to her mom. And that's when I decided that I've got to run. I've got to be involved. Because I thought, presumptuous of me, that I was the antithesis of everything else that this guy stood for, and I could beat him. But then I got really worried what would happen to the kids, how terrible he'd be with my children. And in the meantime, I got a call from my oldest granddaughter, Naomi, who was in her senior year at Columbia Law School. And we have a tradition in our family, a child can ask for a family meeting. It's taken seriously. I can only think of 10 occasions it's happened since I've been a kid. But you come and you take it seriously. And so that was a Thursday, and on a Saturday we had a family meeting. And so I had my Hunt's 3 daughters and Bo's 2 kids, and we had a meeting in that library or so. And they said, "Pop, you got to run. Daddy wants you to run, Bo wants you to run, etc." And the real kicker was, I said, "What's going to be mean? I don't know, girls." And my youngest son, who's now a senior in high school, grandson, said, "Pop, we know it's going to be mean." He opens up his cell phone. There's a picture of me walking out of Bo's funeral with my hand on the casket of the flag at a military funeral, very formal. And I have my hand around my little son, grandson. And I used to always hold Bo when he was little. I'd hold him by the chin, when I walk him. And I was holding the same way. And he said, "Pop, we know it's going to be mean." He shows me, he said, "Look, Pop, what it says." And I had my hand, you could see it was a military funeral. And my arm around my grandson. And the bottom line was, "Biden molests another child." He said, "But Pop, you got to run. Daddy wants you to run." That's when I decided to run. And so that's when things began to alter in terms of I still provided a vehicle for that as well, because I was a public figure, inviting other world leaders around. But that's when everything kind of changed in terms of what I was going to do with my life. I thought you didn't need to know that, but maybe ask questions, what am I going to do the rest of my life? That's when I decided to run.
Understood.
Sorry for the detail.
No problem necessary. I think it now might be useful to take a look at the next couple tabs of photos of the Chambers Road residents.
Which tab?
I'm sorry, 16 and then 17. And let me give some context for these photos. So the photos in tab 16, they are dates LW 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56. These were taken in July of 2019.
Yep.
Before, I think soon before the move out of Chambers Road. So we fast forwarded some into the summer of 2019. And then for comparison, the photos behind tab 17, these are taken the following month.
Following what?
After, yes sir, in August of 2019, after some things were moved out of these rooms in Chambers Road. And just for the record, the photos behind tab 17 are based 117, 119, 122, 123, 124. So if you kind of flip through those photos behind tab 16 and 17, you'll see that some things were moved out
Yep.
in July 2019. And so the things that were moved out were that filing cabinet that we were talking about a few minutes ago, some prints and photographs that were on the wall, and a printer. So with that context, let me back up a little bit, just to ask, in July of 2019, when things were being moved out of Chambers Road home, how involved were you in that? What did you know?
What got moved out? What, the furniture? I was very involved.
Very involved, okay.
In terms of what was moved out. The
Yes, sir.
reason being, I thought it was important to set up Lakehouse in the final form, what it would look like, and to make sure that we had because downstairs as well, because we're going in now. When did I announce for president?
May.
In
of
May
2019.
of 2019.
So several months before the move out.
Yeah, and the reason was, remember, when the pandemic had started to kick in. And so I knew, if you notice, and I don't blame them, the quick criticism, Biden should go back in his tunnel and campaign from his basement again. But what we did, we set up a theater in Delaware where I could go on television from, I could appear, I could do, and so I needed some of that furniture in Delaware. And so that's what I picked out to send to Delaware for that reason, because we were campaigning out of our basement, basically, kind of.
So with respect to that filing cabinet, why did you pick that particular piece of furniture to go to Wilmington?
Well, because there was no sense in leaving it, and it could fit, I knew the place it could fit in the house, in that corner.
And when it was moved out of Chambers Road to the Lakehouse, what was in that
I
file?
have no idea. I assume it was in it when it got to the lake house. I don't know.
And when it was moved out of Chambers Road and taken to Wilmington, did you do any of that process I talked about earlier, the culling, the purging, the saying,
No.
I don't need this, I don't need that?
No. Because it wasn't in a way, I mean, it was take more time to do that, to throw the stuff out that I want to throw out than sitting there in the file cabinet. You know?
Do you know if the contents were removed from the file cabinet? In other words, was it empty to make it lighter to move, or
I
was
have
it
no
moved
idea.
full? Okay.
My guess is they probably locked the cabinet and put it in a truck. I don't know though. I don't know.
Anything else on the moving out of Chambers Road? No? at this point, I would want to shift gears to a separate property, the Lakehouse.
Okay,
We talked some about that, but I'd like to return to that right now.
all right.
And now, I know you know this house very well, but maybe for me, the photos would be helpful.
Sure, no, helpful me too.
So there's some photographs of the Willington Lake House behind tab 2.
Did you say behind tab 2?
Tab 2, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so these
Okay.
photos, base 20230120_JLH_0173.
Yep,
Ending 182, ending 183, ending 188, ending 177, ending 171.
yep,
So I believe that these are photographs of the room you were calling the
yes.
before. Okay.
I just want you to know I picked up the walnut tree to cut down. I found the guy who did Winterton Museum Library that I picked out, the craftsman, to come and do this. This room cost 1/3 of the entirety of my entire home. Swear to God.
Well,
Anyway, and
it
it's
looks
all,
like it.
for
It's a very
example,
impressive
if you
room.
look up here, there's 7 different individual pieces of molding. Anyway, I got a little carried away. But, okay,
So you mentioned before in talking about this room, there are some filing cabinets or drawers rather
yes,
in it. So I think if we look at the first photo behind tab 2 ending in 173, I think there's a set of drawers behind the doors on the left-hand side. Well, you know what, instead of my muddling through it this way, why don't we go to the photos behind tab 3?
tab what?
Behind tab 3?
Tab 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, you know what that is? We go back to tab, the first page of go back to tab 2
Yep.
and go to the second photograph,
Ending in 182.
182.
Yes, sir.
If you look to the left, if you're sitting at the desk and you look to the left, you can't quite see it, but that whole section between the flag and
Yes, sir.
that are those doors that open up,
I see.
and they open to the bottom too. So there's the top opens the shelving, and the bottom opens the filing. So the bottom, so when you open this up, the door on the first door there on the left, you see where there's a printer and there's a what do you call it, a machine, a fax machine.
Yes, sir.
And then the thing below I don't use anymore. I never is the you can photograph. You can enlarge photographs. I think that's for. Then there's the one file drawer at the bottom.
Yes, sir.
And then to the left, there's all the stuff for the printer and it's just the ink stuff. And then what I have up top are, I don't have a magnifying glass now, but these are probably the speeches that I kept that I would refer to and use for other reasons. And then up top, you have the first book I wrote, and the second book and other books that the reason they were there, if someone wanted a signed copy, I'd be able to reach one instead of up in the attic and get it. And the other side are folders that are probably related to speeches, I'm not sure. Anyway.
Okay, that's very
And
helpful.
there's a little drawer above there that would have keys in it or miscellaneous stuff in the drawer.
Okay. So I'd like to focus on the drawer. I think you may be looking at the photograph ending in 127.
Yep,
That drawer that's open there towards the bottom.
yep,
And there's a closer in shot of it in the next photo,
Yep.
128.
yep.
So whose files are kept in?
To my files.
Okay. Anyone else? Did Dr. Biden keep anything in here?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
In fact, if it was a pure accident we got there.
Okay. And the materials in here, were they official, work-related, personal?
They were mine, whatever the hell they were. They were mine. No, I'm not being facetious. Whether they were official or not official, they were mine.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what they were, though. For example, one is a fundraising from 2020 campaign.
Yep. And there's a closer shot of it on the next photo.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Right. So, you know, and that is something that if you ever run for office, you ought to keep.
That will never happen, sir.
That's what I said. Okay.
So on this, maybe looking at this photograph ending in 1:30, there are, well, actually, before we talk about this, how often were you in and out of this drawer?
I have no idea.
Focusing on the time when you were, after the end of your vice presidency, but before you became president. Well,
the stuff that's in here, not very often. For example, if something went wrong, that's the first thing. Okay, and they're then some of this stuff would be, I can't read it, but because what I constantly do, what drives everybody crazy with me, I'm constantly making changes in the house. Even when I made changes in the house. Okay, we're going to do that. You're going to knock out that wall. We'll put it in this way, kind of thing. So I really am. This is my baby, my hostage, my interest. And so what would be in here is, for example, does that say bookshelves? No, I can't read it. Anyway, and the other thing that could be in here, and that wouldn't have been in here until I was living, since the Chambridge Road was finished. I mean, I wouldn't be would be, I'm terrible. That's why I have an accountant and a person who pays my bills. When I sold the book, I made a lot of money. I mean, it truly stunned me, because the first book sold as many copies and was the bestseller list, but they never promoted it. But they came and started asking me to, would I do an event to talk about the book at the such and such book club, or on Wall Street, not Wall Street, in New York City, etc. And I started getting invitations from all over the world to come and talk about my book. And they'd have 1,000 people show up. And they'd all buy a book and pay a fee to come in. I ended up making more money on the sale of the book than I made my whole life. And I was able to give $1 million away in charity. I've always wanted to do that. I gave $1,100,000 to charity. And the point I'm making is that it was all brand new to me. And so that's when I remember meeting with Corum Powell and Chuck Hagel. They wanted to see me. He said, should we tell him, Chuck? He said, look, here's a guy. We recommend the following accountant for you. And we recommend the following person who would pays the bills every month. Now they wanted me to invest money. They said, they'll have a great investment idea. I didn't want to invest anything. I didn't want to have any conflict as a senator. So I don't own a stock or a bond that I'm aware of. Now my pension, I guess they purchase stocks and bonds, right? But I never wanted to have any argument. The irony of all this thing is, the thing I valued most my whole life, my reputation for integrity. So I never, ever wanted to have anything someone said, you bought that stock and it went up because you traded. Never did that. So what I would do, I keep these little skinny, my guess is these skinny notebooks I have here were probably notebooks, the ring binders, were
Yeah.
probably notebooks on finances.
Which photo are you looking at?
I'm
right
looking
now,
at 0130. and
0130. Okay. So we actually have a better shot of these notebooks once they've been removed. The next page, 131, shows hand of an FBI agent taking them out.
Okay,
And then in 132, the following photograph shows them
Okay.
laid out on the ground. The label in the middle is a little bit shiny, but they say from left to right, Obama/Biden. I'll have to look up what the label there says. And then lastly, foreign policy.
yeah,
So these contain your notes, some of your notes from the time that you were vice president.
yep,
Oh, I'm sorry. If you see in ending 131, that second notebook, it also says foreign policy on it.
yeah. Okay,
So do you recognize these notebooks as being ones that you used during your vice presidency?
I use no notebooks, I guess I can't swear that I know each one of them, but yes, I mean, these are books that I would keep notes in.
And how did these notebooks get in this particular?
I'm sure they were in whatever it was when it got shipped, when the stuff that they shipped up, or it was already in there from before. Look, during the period that I was a senator and vice president, I did a lot of work from the lake. I'd have meetings like, if you notice, you're in there, I think the FBI was in there, and so I'd have meetings. And so what I would do, instead of me getting on the train and go down for the 499th time, I'd have the staff come to me, and we'd have meetings in Delaware, or we'd have telephone conferences, or you may remember, I think on my desk, there I could have very well been doing these from Delaware as well, so they may have never left. I don't know. Never left Delaware, I mean.
I see. So just to be clear, just to make sure I understand what you're saying, the notebooks could have found their way in this drawer either because that's where they were when you were conducting business from the Lakehouse during the vice presidency, or they could have been shipped here or boxed up and brought to the Lakehouse.
The latter's unlikely. If they're all books from the 13 and 14,
Yes, sir.
it's likely they've been there,
Okay.
that they would have never left there. Now, obviously, the March 2020 fundraising thing, that got there after the fact, and so there's a combination. I mean, I'm sure there's. I can't swear how they got here, but it was. I guess I was thinking if I had to bet, the Lord Almighty came down and said, "I know the answer, and your life depends on it." I guess that they had been there, maybe during that period, in 2014. I took it out and took it down the train with me to take. No, I don't. But my guess is they were kept there.
And would who would have placed the notebooks in this particular drawer? Would it have
Probably
been
me.
anyone? Okay. During the time that you were vice president, did anyone else put things into these drawers?
I'm sure they did. I'm sure it happened, but I don't. After a meeting we'd have them, we'd go on the porch and have lunch, and they'd file my stuff and put it in these folders or drawers. but I can't swear to that. And there's two other file drawers.
Yes,
The next tab.
that's the next tab. So why don't we move on to, that's a good segue, to the photos behind tab 4. And so these are
Okay.
photos that begin with dates 2023 0120 underscore FBI underscore 151.
Yeah,
And so it includes 152, 153, 155, 156, 158, and 161.
yep,
So let's start with the first of these photos, underscore 151.
Yep.
Is this another filing drawer within that same
Yes.
formal library?
at the other end of the
Okay.
phone library.
And so this one, instead of the printer and the fax machine,
The
this one
television.
has the TV. So what kinds of things did you keep in here?
I don't remember. They're probably more personal, but I don't remember.
Okay. And is this open drawer in one photo 151? Is this also one that your materials were in, or was anyone else's material in?
No.
So-
No, nobody else.
Okay. All right. So we get a little bit closer up in 152. And even closer in 153. And if you look at 153, there's a binder there that says Corvette.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now I have stuff in here, I remember.
Okay.
I had all the materials of things that matter to me personally, like the Corvette, the one I did with Jay Leno.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, I kept all the material related to the Corvette because my dad ran a dealership. He was able to give me as a wedding gift for my wife and I because he could afford the payments. He was a manager, he didn't own it. He couldn't afford a big gift, he could afford the payments. And it was $5,700, and I have all the material from it. I have like the original key ring, the original, anyway. And I got offered $144,000 for it because it's original. And so, but that's not the reason. But I have all the stuff about the Corvette. There's probably photographs in there, my guess, of Corvette. I'm not positive. And what's the other one say? Can anybody read the first one?
Does it say major?
Major, it probably is.
Water? I think so. Okay.
Major speeches is what I read.
Major speeches.
Yeah. Yeah. And so what probably happened there was the stuff would end up being left on that end, on the conference table at the other end and things like that. And so I'm sure that I've gone through that top of that desk and said, no, file this and file that. The stuff that was left on top of the desk. I'm not every time, but on occasions, that's what I would do to clear that desk off. And some of this stuff is more personal. I don't have a magnifying glass. This drawer that opens the next page, 155. I'm sure a lot
Yeah,
of that.
155, it's hard to see.
I'm sure a lot of that's personal stuff. You know, like the house, and for example, there's so damn many different contractors I've used about, who's going to fix that, put the roof on that pump house that's outside there. And what's going to happen with the change of, for example, when I bought that property, that house at the top of that where the Secret Service is.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was about 3/4 as long. Not maybe 2/3 as long as it is now. And so what happened was when my dad got real sick, I wanted them to sell their house and move in with me. And my mother would never, even though I did that whole downstairs thing, my mother, when my dad died, moved back to her house by herself. And I convinced her to come and live with me. She said, well, riding down the driveway and say, how about that place there? How about making a little cottage for me? Well, it would have been a big garage. It would have been a barn for the property. It original property. So I have all kinds of plans and things that are, and so, but there's like 90 different contractors I've used here, for different things. So my guess is in that drawer, there's a lot of things having to do with the property, having to do with the right-of-ways, having to do with all the signatures that I get to change to be able to put the second story on, that kind of stuff.
I see.
But I'm not positive. I'd have to go look at it. That's my guess.
Yes, sir. So if you look at the photo ending in 153,
Yeah.
153, you'll see that there's a number sort of in the middle of the drawer. There are notebooks that are spiral bound that have black covers on them. And then you go a couple pages further in the tab, ending in 156. This is a photograph of that stack of notebooks laid out.
Gotcha.
And so they have, some of them have labels on them. One of them says AFPAC 1. One of them says Daily Memo. One of them says Foreign Policy on the front. And these, based on our review of them, appear to contain further notes from your time as Vice President.
Okay.
So, was this particular drawer in your Wilmington library, was this someplace that you placed and kept these notebooks?
I don't know. I mean, there's probably other drawers that have them in them too, but these are all things that are mine that I keep and I just file away. None of them are relevant to, I don't think, anything I was doing, especially the years we're talking about, anyway.
So, was this particular drawer a place where you stored these notebooks from your time as Vice President?
No. These were probably materials that ended up in Delaware that were in my desk and other places. I just gathered them up and put them in one drawer.
Sorry, I just didn't understand. I didn't hear you.
I said, no, I don't. Why they all got in one drawer is probably because I went through my desk, or things on top of my desk, or on those shelves, and they were all these notebooks. I put them all together and put them in one spot. But I'm sure these are not all the books I've done on foreign policy as Vice President.
So, to the extent that there were other notebooks containing your notes on foreign policy during your time as Vice President, where are those?
I have no idea. I wish I could say I was more organized. No, I'm not being facetious. I'm being deadly earnest. It's not like I had. Jill used to say to me, "You ought to be like," and then she stopped saying it. Franklin Roosevelt or Ronald Reagan. So don't make me like Ronald Reagan. I joke. Every night he'd come home and he'd write a diary about what happened that day, who he spoke to, classified, unclassified, just everything he'd write in it, and he kept it all. She thought, because she's an English professor of writing, that I should just keep, for posterity's sake, I should keep a diary every day, put down the important things that happened that day and move on. I never was that organized. And so anyway.
If you look at the photograph ending in 156, several of these notebooks have documents tucked into them.
Yep.
Like in the top row, the third from the left.
Yeah.
It has some documents sticking out of it. Same with the one all the way to the right. So, were these documents tucked into these notebooks when they were placed into this drawer?
No, my guess is, I don't know, highly unlikely. My guess is, like when I finish, I was just doing a brief, and I have a notebook, and I got finished, and I took the BB notes, and I stuck them in a folder like this one, sitting on my desk upstairs. And my guess is, I end up putting them away, and I forget that whatever I slipped in there is in there, but I don't know.
Anything else on those drawers to elaborate against?
If I understood your last answer, Mr. President, part of what you're saying is, for example, if there were marked classified documents stuffed in those notebooks, you were unaware of it.
Correct.
Did I
By the way,
understand
if they're marked classified, they're one of those things with circles around it. Clearly, it's a classified document, not something that's eyes only or secret or selective or whatever the hell it is, other than saying top secret. It would not be in here. Every time I saw anything like that, I gave it to staff to say, return this wherever it was. Now, anyway, so, but I could easily see, like, for example, what do you have right there in front of you? That,
This?
yeah,
Notes?
okay. This says attorney work product.
Don't read that. Don't read that.
No, but here's my point. What I would do if I was given this to read and I finished the meeting over, I'd stick it in a notebook, pick up the notebook, walk out and forget I had it in the notebook. That's what I'm trying to say. But I didn't store things in notebooks to keep them. That's not if I were gonna. And if they're classified, I would take them. I call. I think I've done that before. I'm not sure. I probably said to staff, "Hey, I found this. Return it." And so it's very. Anyway, what's this one here on 061? 4 POTUS 280909.
You're looking at the last photo in
Yeah.
tab 4. So if we can look at this in conjunction with the one before it.
Sure.
In conjunction with which one, sir?
I'm sorry, the photo before it ends in 158.
Yes.
And that has the notebook with half-packed one with a binder clip document stuck into it.
Can I just say one thing, Bob? That's absolutely fine. I don't mean to interrupt. I do want to mention one thing. In the next few minutes, we're going to be in 2.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
And I do know that the president has a 3 o'clock or thereabouts barbecue that he has to host on behalf of congressional or somebody. But
It's all
by
people
our
working here.
yeah, by people working here, exactly.
All right, it's my fault. We're going too long. Go quick with your questions.
Yeah, if you want to start it the next time, you want to do it now, that's entirely up to
Let's
you.
do it now.
Okay. Okay. That's absolutely. Let's do it.
So you started to say go back to 158, which I did, and it says it has a number
Yeah.
10, it has AFPAC 1.
I think it might make sense maybe because this sort of enters a new topic, maybe to address these two more.
His concern is that it's going to take too long, that it's not going to be a short, you said go through it quickly, and I think
Let's see if
I'm going to try to get through this.
outside there, would you mind?
Sure. You want him to come in?
Yeah, I'll have them call up and see if they're getting started. If not, I'd just like to get it done.
And if we can find that time, then we just, we have less to do tomorrow.
Sure. Does it make sense to take a break?
I think I think you're fine.
I'm not doing any breaks.
Okay, you ready to just go
I'm ready to
with?
just keep going. I'll go all night if we get this done. Have they started the barbecue yet?
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
Okay. When they start, tell Jill I'm here. I'm ready to stop whenever they start.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Roughly what time would that be?
Probably in the next hour.
The next hour.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If it's sooner, call. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. So I'd like to move on maybe to the photos that are in tab 5. So I think that we can,
What is this? 4 POTUS.
so that is a document that was discovered in the notebook labeled AFPAC 1 in the photograph ending 158.
Gotcha. Is there something behind that?
There are a number of pages behind that document. But I'd like to take that up
All right.
after this next
good.
set of questions.
Want to play pool? My next photograph.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to be talking about the photographs behind tab 5. And so these are base labeled 2023-0120_JLH_62, then 74, then 66, then 76, then DSC_004, DSC_005. So back to the first photo in this tab section. Is this the room you were talking about
Yes.
earlier with the?
Yeah. Rain that comes down that covers the whole fireplace. That's why it's a.
Okay. And is this the room that you? I believe you mentioned you were running a lot of campaign operations out of
Yes.
this particular room. Okay.
And outside, you'll remember there's a. And we had big, thick, clear plastic that would come down so the rain couldn't come through. And you could pull up in the sun, and there was places and so there were television cameras, there were podiums, there were lighting systems, etc. If I were going to do something, then that's where I would do speeches from. That's where I'd do interviews with, meet the press from, because it was during the pandemic.
Understood. Okay. So if we look at the last 2 photos in this section, and DSC_0004 and 0005, one of the pieces of furniture we see in a little nook,
Yep.
I guess next to the couch, is a 2-drawer cabinet.
Yep.
So is this the same cabinet that you were?
I guess it is the same one. There's another one exactly like it
Okay.
in the other corner over here. If you look at 004, go to the corner, you see a golf club.
Yes.
Well, there's a nook back in there, and there's another one of these filing cabinets there as well.
Okay.
Identical filing.
Okay.
It looks identical. Okay.
So let's focus on the file cabinet that's in the.
05.
If we're looking at 05.
Yep.
Perfect. Let's focus on that one. So that one may be the same file cabinet that came from Cambridge, that was previously in Cambridge Road. Is that right?
That's my guess.
Okay.
Either that one or the one that's in the other corner.
Okay. So if the one that we're looking at in 0005 is not the one that was in Cambridge Road, then where was it before?
It was probably, I don't know where it was. Maybe it's on the 3rd floor. I don't know. Could have been somewhere else in Chambers Road. I don't know.
It sounds like the 2 cabinets that look alike.
Yeah.
Were they both at Chambers Road?
I don't remember. My guess is they probably were, but I don't know that.
Were they bought together as a
I
matching
don't,
set?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So then back to the cabinet in 005. So when this was moved in, who picked that spot for it in this room?
I probably did. I probably told them where. I didn't, not where it was being moved, but I'm kind of fastidious about where things go, so I probably said, put those file cabinets in these 2 places.
Okay. And once it was placed there in this room in the Lakehouse, whose files were in this cabinet?
Mine.
Okay. Exclusively yours?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kinds of files were kept there when?
I don't recall. It could be everything from family photographs to I don't know. I mean, it could be anything.
Were you in and out of this cabinet?
Not very often, no.
But was anyone else in and out of the cabinet?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So if we go to tab 6, there's some photographs of the materials inside this cabinet. And so the first photo, 2023-0120_FBI_0039, this shows the interior of the top.
Yep,
And it's,
makes sense to see those empty files.
yes,
It very well may be that I put those files in there with the papers cleaning off the pool table that people drop stuff on, or the conference table. So I could have put those in there.
okay. If you take a look at the, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but if you can make out the file folders, the titles written on those, do those look familiar to you?
No, can you read? I can't read them. Can anybody else read what they are?
Well, maybe tomorrow we can pull them on a laptop and zoom in, but for now, that's fine. And then if we go to the next photos in this tab,
Yep.
in 40, that's a photograph of the interior of the bottom
Yep.
cap. And you see the binder on the right side, 2017.
Yep. Invitations. Yep.
So if we go further on in the photographs in this section, there's a couple photographs, DSC_001,
Yep.
and there's a finger pointing at the right side of the bottom drawer.
Yep.
And then DSC_002, you'll see a spiral-bound flat cover notebook there with the label 1612 number 2 foreign policy.
Yep.
Okay. And then underneath that is another one that's shown FBI_0106. And that's labeled daily 12/15/15, 2016, 2017, 2018.
Yep. See it.
Okay. So these notebooks, did you place these notebooks here in this particular drawer of this cabinet?
I don't recall. I could have, but I don't recall whether they were placed when the cabinet was there, when it came that way. I don't recall.
So one thing that we see in these photographs is the bottom drawer.
Which photograph are you on, Rob?
Let's look at ending in 0040. So it's a few back.
Oh, yeah, got it. Thanks.
So
Yeah,
We'll wait.
no, let's give us 1 second.
sure,
We're just
take your time.
moving to the right location.
Okay.
Okay, so one thing that hits the eye is on the left side, it's a bunch of hanging file folders.
Yep.
And on the right side, it's materials that are stacked. They're not in hanging file folders. Do you recall why that was the case?
I'm sorry, your question, Rob. I apologize.
Yes.
I couldn't hear it
Do
clearly.
you recall why that was the case? The stuff on the right side was
There's no hanging
stacked.
folders
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
because there was no hanging folders, I guess. I mean,
Okay.
I don't have any idea.
Were there ever hanging file folders on the right side of that drawer?
I don't have the slightest idea in the world. I wouldn't be surprised there were. I wouldn't be surprised there weren't. I don't know. I don't know.
So,
My guess is, if you see those folders, they're not even all hanging. Because you see the rod which they're supposed to hang on, it's not in place on the right. They're only hanging on the left. They can't be moved up and down if you take a look at it.
okay,
So the idea that there was, all that says to me is, this thing was like when it was moved, it was moved. I mean, you know, you put these skinny steel pieces down, they hook the file on. You see the skinny steel pieces in the wrong place. It goes from where it's supposed to be all the way to the right because there's various forms of files. You can have long files and short files.
Yes.
So anyway, I don't know what that has to do.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a better shot of it in a couple pages later, DSC_2 and FBI 106. I see. Are those the steel rails that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in this same photo ending in 0002, there's that foreign policy notebook.
Yep.
And then another one underneath it.
Yep.
So these notebooks are in a different place than the notebooks that were in your formal library.
It says to me just getting them out of the way.
I'm sorry, sir, say that again?
I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just getting them out of the way. You know, they were sitting on the table, so somebody took them and dropped them in there.
I see.
I mean, it's not like, there's no, anyway, the answer is I don't know. Okay.
Okay, if we go another couple photos forward, ending in 67 and ending in 68.
Yeah.
Do you see certain file folders here with your handwriting on them? Did you write any of these titles on these file folders?
Some of it looks like.
Can you make them out clearly, sir? Would it be helpful if they were magnified?
Like JRB Facebook, that doesn't look like my writing. For VP review, it doesn't look like my writing. Look at UD policy documents. Obama, what's that say? Iraq and Syria. That could be my writing, I don't think so.
Okay. So there were a number of, and just, there are further closer in shots later on in the tab. 69, 70, 71.
Gmail backup codes. Remember that. Anyway.
Okay. There are, we go back to ending in 0068. There are a number of folders that some you can see, some you can't see. But there are a number of empty folders in here.
Yep.
For example, JRB Gmail backup codes is empty. And there are a number of other folders that are just empty. Do you recall, were there some folders in here that the contents were removed and placed somewhere else? What do you know about that?
I have no idea.
Back
I see
to
M&T banking. It looks like it could be me. UD Flower. Iraq. Political. Empty files. This looks like just JRB Facebook. Well, I don't think I did that one because I can't imagine I look at Facebook.
so putting
I'm
the
not being a
handwriting,
smart guy.
so putting the handwriting to one side, when you take a look at the labels of these file folders, what's in this file cabinet?
Everything that was left on the table somewhere. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to what's in this file cabinet. University of Delaware, Facebook, code, Syria. I mean, just anything that was University of Delaware, Mark Monitor, I assume that is. Biden cancer. The BRF Biden Foundation PAC, M&T Bank. What's this one say? Can you see? Anyway, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason. They're clearly not based on subject matter. They're all over the board. So my guess is these are just things that we've decided not to throw away, or, as I said, they were just miscellaneous stuff that was lying around that got put in the drawer.
Well,
See, domestic policy.
if we can flip to one particular photo in here, it's towards the beginning.
I'm sorry, what number, pardon me, what number is that?
It is the fourth one in, it ends in 0002. It's of the black spiral bound notebook on the right side,
Yeah, okay.
DSC underscore 0002. So if you can see towards the right side of that notebook there, that's labeled 1/6/12, number 2, foreign policy, there's a document sort of sticking out to the right side.
Yeah.
So there's a document that's tucked into that particular notebook. So what do you recall about
I don't recall a single thing, except that I can imagine there's times when I'd be in a meeting, whatever this was about, foreign policy, and I'd have something, okay, the meeting's over, I stick it in the book. Staff doesn't know I put anything in the book. They're coming in, but if they did anything at the time, they took that whole book, put it in a drawer in my desk to get out of the way, and never went in the book to see what was in there. I mean, what the edge was here. Only thing I can think of.
Okay. And I will represent to you that document that we can see the right edge of it sticking out from the notebook, that is a marked classified document.
Marked classified.
Yes, sir.
Little tiny print.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know how little
Well,
tiny print.
no, because it matters. It matters in terms of how important they think it is. If you got classified written in that, really, you probably should see. Anyway.
Can I just ask a clarification? Are you representing that all of the documents in the notebook
I'm sorry,
are classified?
the documents include.
Classified documents. They're not all classified documents.
Yes.
Correct, thank you.
So if it got put in with other stuff, I could see that them, meaning the staff, not going through putting away my book, wherever it was at the time, opening it up and looking through and pulling out, whatever's in there.
Mr. President, did your staff go through your notebooks, the ones that you were taking handwritten notes in?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
And following up on that, would your staff?
You got to check them, but I don't recall.
Right.
And would your staff be scooping up things from the table and placing them in drawers, or was that something that you did?
Wait, if I hadn't already done it, they'd do it at the end of the day. Come in and clear the desk, put them in drawers. I mean, for example, I have a briefcase, I know it's here, but I have books in it that have material that I've written, not classified, that I'm aware of, that even aware it's mine, my private notes, and then they'll take it out if they're emptying the bag for me. If I empty the bag and I'm doing it on the desk, I'm looking at it and I move to something else, they'll take that and they'll put it in one of the drawers. In my office, I have drawers, and you open those little doors in that whole Resolute desk, and I have climate, foreign policy, domestic policy, I don't know, Israel, if now, or, and they'd open up and flip it in that drawer. And
We're
I
speaking
have-
here during the period of the president. I just want to
Yeah.
clear on the record. This is
Yeah,
during the
yeah,
period of the presidency,
yeah.
yes.
No, I agree,
Right,
but
right.
it would be a not dissimilar thing when I wasn't, wherever I had put stuff that, we're working on.
When you were vice president.
But even when I was, if I had, I kept speeches and notebooks when I was running for president. And they, virtually the same people who were in my Senate office, my vice president's office, and my office when I was in the office, and when I was running and as president. There's a continuum of a lot of these people.
Okay, so I think we're done with those particular photos.
Okay.
And my plan would be to go on to another location within the Lakehouse, the garage, and then
Okay.
those photos are in the next tab.
That's the one I'm interested in.
Okay, so we'll keep going until you tell us.
You're good
Ready
with
to
continuing,
start.
sir?
Yeah, I'm good with continuing.
Okay, we'll continue.
All right. So if we look at the photos behind tab 7, there's just a couple of them. 2022 1221 underscore ERT underscore 005 and 009. So these photographs were taken in, as base number indicates, in December of 2022. So do you recognize this garage?
Yeah, I do.
The lake house? Okay.
By the way, this is a second tranche of stuff that came to this garage. Because there was stuff when they emptied the pen office and they emptied the, Chambridge Road. There were a lot of stuff they gathered up and they just took up and dropped in my driveway like this. And some of them little skinny boxes, some open boxes, but just piled everything up. I remember walking in one day, the garbage is out to the left here. You come out, and this door here, where there's a door leaning against it, that door is a, for example, these fans.
The ceiling fans, sir?
The ceiling fans.
Yes.
They're from. And so it's when they started to, because of those, all the changes they were making. And so they just took in a pile of all that stuff there. These cushions were from the furniture that was on that. And they piled it up there. That podium, and you can see this other stuff is lighting like you see on television. That stuff was from the time that when we were doing the campaigns, that have been out there for a while. So there's a lot of, and this stuff is for example, there's when they took down all the stuff that we had in the home in Chambridge Road. Like I think one of these is a mirror, a full-length mirror. I'm not sure. It's it's the one you're looking at here.
Are you talking about the box in front of the
Box.
rocking chair?
Yeah, I'm looking at 20. Okay, the same thing.
In 89?
Ending in 9, yeah. I think that has a mirror in it. I'm not certain of that. These other things are fillers for the, having nothing to do with being brought from anywhere, fillers for the heating system. You know, you pull out,
Filters.
you know, and those boxes.
And which boxes are those, sir?
I think if you look over top of the big box, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they all look the same size.
Yeah.
I think they are the filters for the heating system.
And are we looking at the photo base number ending in 9?
Yes.
Okay, I'm using the treadmill sort of as an anchor for the eye. Where relative to the treadmill are you looking?
I'm looking, if you walked in,
Yes.
you see those, I think that's what that stuff is. There could be photographs that were boxed, I'm not sure.
The white things at the edge behind the rocking chair?
Yeah,
Oh, sort of peering through the rungs or the spindles of the rocking back of the rocking chair.
yeah.
I see. So when you, I guess, just looking at those boxes as a lump, as a group, yeah, I think you characterize them as the second tranche. Where's the? Well, maybe we start. What's in the second tranche? What is?
I have no idea, goddamn idea, I didn't even bother to go through them.
Okay. Do you know when this pile of this tranche of boxes arrived in the garage?
No,
roughly?
because I've been out it now, it could be building material what they're doing now. This is
2021.
2022.
2022.
December of 20.
Yeah, this
December
is
2022,
December
is much later, yeah.
did they, when did they,
About a year.
no, yeah, close. It could be, this is, have you ever seen a picture of the house?
I don't think I've seen it.
Well, no, I mean, whether you saw it or not, if you saw the picture of the,
Yes.
you'd understand what they did. And because it is on the, it is, and that kind of stuff. And then the whole back of the house, the stucco. And they anyway, they're up. And in the meantime, I had work done, I don't know how long ago now, a couple years ago. I'd forgotten I'd been in the goddamn house since how long I'd been in the house. And anyway, so there's a lot of stuff that was going on. And this is all what I had down here too, are the golf clubs. And now, is this 2022 as well?
Which photos are you looking at?
December, are you
I'm on 0024, ERT 0024.
Behind tab 9.
And time.
Oh, tab 9. These are also, yes, these are also December 2022. So that's great. I was actually going to go to tab 9 right now. So if you look at ending in 24, this is the same, photos were taken the same day as the ones where we were looking at in tab 7.
Okay.
But the photographer has now walked into the garage and rounded the corner behind this huge pile of boxes and is taking a photograph there. And do you see in the center of the shot, there's a little hang tag that says 1 on it?
Yeah.
And if you go to the next photo, which is ending in ERT_0025, there's an even closer shot of that box. It's a little ripped up. It's got that hanging tag 1 on it. So, what do you know about this box? What's in it, and how it got there, and when it got there?
I guess it got, I don't know. When the hell it got here? That was in Peter House, Christ, that goes back away, same day.
Are you heading to a?
I'm just going.
I see.
Yeah, so you'll see more photos behind that one. So the box in 25 and 26, that's the box that was actually seen and found on in December of last year. So it's pretty beat up and torn at the corners. So then when the agents recovered the materials, the box it wasn't going to hold up. It wasn't structurally sound. So they put the stuff from the beat up box into the new box. And that's what's shown in TSC_003. So it's the same stuff, just a more structurally sound box.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay. And so some of them, for example, ending in DSC_4, you can zoom in and see some of the labels a little bit more sharply. Yeah, so there's one of the things that you can see is the Bow, Iowa binder. The white one next to it says income and expenses, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to get squared away.
And, for example, you can see a manila folder that looks like it says National Constitution Center on it in the middle of the shot. Washington Speakers Bureau, a couple in front of it.
Okay.
So do you for example, do you recognize the Bow, Iowa binder? Do you recognize the?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before.
Okay.
But I think it was, what was it about? Anyway, I can't remember. Okay.
But do you remember how these materials got into this box and how that box got into the garage?
No, I don't remember how it got, I don't remember how the beat-up box got in the garage.
Okay. And do you remember how things like the Bow, Iowa binder got into it?
No, somebody must have packing this up, just picked up all this stuff and put it in a box. Because I didn't.
Okay. Do you have any idea where this material would have been before it got moved into the garage?
Well, if it was 2013, when did I stop being vice president?
2017.
So I was vice president. So it must have come from vice president stuff. That's all I can think of.
So it does have some material in here that relate to your activities post-vice presidency, like the Washington Speakers Bureau material. And there's also material in here that relates to the book Promise Me Dad with Mark Zwanitzer. So there's some that dates.
See, that's what makes me think, it's just people gathered up whatever they found and whenever the last thing was being moved. So the stuff moving out of the vice president's residence, at the end of the day, whatever they found, they didn't separate it out. Speakers Bureau and pen or whatever the hell it is, or bow, they just put it in a single box. That's the only thing I can think of.
So given the subjects that these files address, would these have been things that were at the Naval Observatory? Would they have been at Cambridge Road? But before they got here?
Well, they were clearly somewhere before they got there, so no, I'm not being a wise guy. I'm being a, but my guess is that they, based on the dates, they were vice presidential material initially. They got put in a box and probably got sent either to the Penn Center or to Chambers Road, or for some reason got sent up to Wilmington. But I don't think they didn't get to Wilmington until 2022 or something, right? Or 20, whatever, I don't know.
But to be clear, your question is whether he knows.
Correct.
Has a clear recollection of how they
No, I have
got
no
to the box.
idea.
Okay, I want to make sure it's clear.
But it's also helpful if he has thoughts as to
Well,
how.
I'd like to stay with his recollection and not put him in a position where he has to speculate or
Understood.
create assumptions or try to engage in detective work.
Understood. So looking again, continuing to look at the contents of this box in the garage, and I'm looking at DSC_0004.
What's that?
Let's make sure we're
Done.
looking
Yeah.
at this.
So we're not in the same place at
Oh,
this.
sorry.
No problem.
Ending in
We'll figure it
4.
out.
In tab 9, 3 in from the back.
And what's the number again on the end?
DSC_0004.
Yep.
Okay,
This is the one where you can see the Bow Iowa binder and the income
Yeah.
expenses binder. So when we look at the stuff that was in this particular box in the garage, and we compare it to the other things that were in the garage on that day, this is the only box that has file folders in it. So it's a little bit, it's unusual, it's different from everything else that was in the garage. And
That
so,
day.
on that day, yes, sir. So, but when we look at it, it does seem to resemble, in appearance, the materials that were in the file cabinet in the den. So, looking at tab 6,
Just going back a little bit to tab 6, so the cabinets behind the pool table, as I understand it, that's what you're right.
behind the pool, or next to the leather couch.
Next to the leather, oh, I see,
Yes.
next to the leather couch, okay.
So just going back and forth, there's blue hanging file folders, there's some red manila folders, there's yellow manila folders, both in the garage box and in the lower drawer of the cabinet in the den, in the pool table. So it looks to us, what happened was the materials that were in the box in the beat up box in the garage, at some point, were in the cabinet in the pool table room. They got put in a beat up box and shoved out in the garage.
Just for my sake, Rob, how do you, I just really, honestly,
Yes.
these are file folders, right? People buy file folders, so why do you
Correct.
assume that that's the trajectory?
I'm not assuming, I'm saying that it just.
You said it
from
looks to us
physical
like this.
appearance, from physical appearance. So
Maybe if there's a question about it.
Let me ask you a question. You're saying, do you think that what I'm looking at in FBI 0039 was picked up, put in a box, and stuck out in a garage?
not quite. I guess what I'm asking is, was what we're looking at in tab 9,
Yep.
3 photos in, ERT_0026.
00 which?
0026. So the beat up box photo.
Okay,
Wait, sorry.
We need a minute here because
Sure.
we're not in the right spot. There we go.
This is, okay.
That's 0026, okay.
Yes. ERT_0026. So that's the stuff as it was found in the beat up box in the garage.
Okay.
Okay. So was that material previously in the file cabinet that was in the pool table room? And that is shown in FBI_0040.
Wouldn't it be more likely it was on the floor of the garage, they took it off the garage and put it in the file cabinet? Why would you put it out in the,
Well,
throw it away?
maybe I framed this question. What we were trying to do is try to figure out where was this stuff in the garage before it was in the garage.
In my understanding, just to be clear, because I really don't want to be unhelpful, I want to be
Yes.
helpful, is I thought, unless I misunderstood, his answer earlier was he doesn't know how
He
it
doesn't
got
know.
there.
And my
And I'm
follow-up,
worried that he's about to start sort of analyzing speculative assumptions
Sure.
or speculative assertions, which I don't think is appropriate.
sure. Well, let me get the question out, because I sort of framed it kind of clunkily here. So, given the fact that the materials in Garage Box 1 are different from everything else in the garage, and that they're in hanging file folders, and given their physical, there are some similarities between their appearance and the stuff that's in the file cabinet in the pool table. Are we wrong to think that maybe the stuff in the garage was formerly in the file cabinet?
No more than you think you're wrong if it's the opposite. The stuff that was in the file cabinet was in the garage.
I see.
In other words, I don't have any idea.
Yeah, I think we're kind of going down the trail here that I find confusing.
You're
Frankly, I
obviously
just
trying to
do.
establish
His recollection is his
something, but
recollection, and he doesn't know how it got
No,
there.
well, I don't have any idea.
Well, that's the answer, then, I think.
I don't know. It just, I used to teach logic. I don't get even the assertion, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, it is what it is.
Okay? So,
Any other questions on the garage before we leave that subject?
yeah, when are we going to get the rest of it cleared out?
Ongoing problem. Should we take a break?
No, let's keep going.
Okay. The next subject is probably 30 to 45 minutes, and we're going to need to get some additional binders. So
I'm sorry, Mark, could you repeat that?
Yeah, we're going to need to get some additional binders for the next subject. So
Are they offsite or onsite?
no, they're here, but it's going to take a couple minutes to
Oh, okay.
to pull them out and assemble them.
Okay.
So we're ready?
So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes?
Sure. I do need to use the restroom.
Yeah,
Yes.
I might use the restroom.
You want these binders? Were your
You can
favorite?
keep those out. You can keep those out.
Yeah, we might flip back to.
The time is 3:37. We're going to
I would go on.
The date is October 9th, 2023. The time is approximately 12:12 p.m. And this is the second day of the interview with Joseph R. Biden.
Good morning, Rob and Mark and company. Yesterday, in the course of an exchange about types of presentations of documents, some, cover sheets, bold, big lettering, others, smaller print. There was some question that the president would like to address about just how he sees whether there are any meaningful differences between these types of documents and the way that he handled them. And so I'm just going to let the president speak to that issue, or he would like to speak to that issue.
The idea, I want to make clear that I didn't keep anything that I thought was classified. And so the fact that I said I gave back all the stuff that had borders on it and the rest, I found anything else was classified, code word, the classification categories. I gave that back too, or I didn't see it, one of the two. That's all.
That's it.
I guess.
And then we're ready to go from there.
Anyway.
Thank you for clarifying that. I don't have any follow-up questions on that specific point right now.
I just had one follow-up clarifying question on that clarification, Mr. President. And for the record, I should say that everyone that was in the room yesterday is in the room today. Let's make that clear. So when you say you gave everything back in the clarification you provided a minute ago, when, like what time period or you
7:28 on such a.
Well,
Whatever
sir,
I ran
I'm
across.
asking whether you,
When I
whether
was
that
out
was
of
your
office.
practice when you were vice president?
No, when I
or at
was
the end
vice
of your vice
president.
presidency?
No, when I was vice president, I gave back everything that I no longer had a need to look at. And it was classified. It fell on top secret or all those classifications. The question I thought you were asking me was when I was out of office, when I was at the Penn Biden Center teaching, before I got elected president, after I was out of office, what did I do with any document that I saw that was classified, that met the classification, top secret, et cetera, code word, et cetera. Whatever that occurred, I just gave that back to the staff or left it on the desk to be taken back, but I didn't keep any of those things.
And you said whenever that occurred, when you found classified documents.
I'm sorry, Mark, just for the record, I think he said if he had found.
If he had found.
He's not describing a regular practice of returning documents that he found.
Were there occasions, Mr. President, after you were vice president, when you were teaching at Penn, doing all the different things you were doing after your vice presidency, were there any occasions where you found documents with classification markings?
Only ones I recall were the ones that had the big writing on it. You know, I don't recall having in my possession something that was code word or highly classified that was in the small print that occurs, and I don't ever remember that.
So it sounds like, I want to make sure I understand. There were occasions where you found after the vice presidency documents that had any classification markings at all. That's really my question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Because I didn't understand that.
Was there ever a time after you were vice president, before you were elected president, that you found documents with any classification markings on them at all?
I think there was a notebook. I don't remember. They had marked, that red marker on it. Was that when I was vice president or not vice president that I returned? One of my staff guys. I don't recall ever keeping anything at all for my personal use as a professor at Penn for any reason that was marked, had a government classification.
It sounds like there may have been at least one occasion where you found something, I think you described it as maybe a notebook.
You guys described to me my returning a notebook to one of my staff people that had classification.
You mean a document like that that inserted into a notebook?
No. Didn't you guys tell me that there was a series of papers stapled together that had red border on it? And it said top secret or classified that I gave to somebody to return.
In the post-vice presidential period.
I don't remember what period it was. Anyway,
Okay.
the point is, I've never kept anything when I wasn't vice president or president that in fact was a classified document to be used by me for any reason.
So that's an important point, and we understand that point that you just made. What I'm trying to understand is, even if you didn't keep it, did you ever find it? And what I'm asking is, did you ever find anything that had classified markings after you were vice president?
I don't recall finding anything after I was vice president that had classified markings on
Okay. You mentioned a minute ago that there may have been an incident with.
it. Didn't somebody tell me that there was a notebook that had markings on it, that had the binder that I returned, or say that, or somebody say that at my staff? A staff member. Was that when I was vice president? Or after? It was after I was vice president. And I found a book, I found paper that had that red marking on it. And I gave it to this kid who's working for me named returned. That's what I was referring to.
Do you remember that, or you've
No,
been
I
told
just remember being told that.
Okay. So if you don't remember it, I take it you you don't remember when it happened after your vice presidency. Is that
No,
fair?
we can, I guess you guys interviewed this kid asking.
And do you remember, I take it also you don't remember anything about what was in the classified document?
No, I don't.
And do you remember anything about where you were
No.
when you found it? Okay. I'm just pausing to see if I have any other questions about that subject. Are there any other occasions, Mr. President, when you found classified documents with classification markings after you were vice president? I just want to make sure that I'm
Repeat
covering.
the question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mark.
Were there any other occasions after you were vice president that you found documents with classification markings?
When I was no longer vice president, before I was president.
Yes, that's
I
right.
don't recall any.
Okay.
And just one follow-up. It seems to me that part of what you were trying to get across in your clarification statement this morning out of the gate was you're trying to draw a distinction between, on the one hand, cover sheets with big lettering, just let me finish my question, sir, and red color borders, things like that on the one hand, and on the other hand, smaller letter classification markings on documents. Was that the intent that you were trying to draw between those two types of classification markings?
Basically, yes.
Okay. And so now that I understand that clearly, is what you were trying to clarify that you may have seen after the end of your vice presidency documents with the first kind of classification markings, the big letter ones with the colored borders, but you don't recall seeing documents with the classification markings of the second kind that were smaller.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I don't think that was his answer.
That's not it.
That was not his answer.
Okay. Well then what is...
He's saying he didn't recall seeing documents with any classification markings after he left the vice presidency.
Except
Whether they had cover sheets or they were classified documents with smaller headers and footers behind the cover sheet, he has no specific recollection of seeing those documents after he left office.
Okay. And the
Is that
reason...
correct, Mr. President?
Yes.
And the reason he's mentioning the part about the binder that he returned is because he was told that, not because he has an independent recollection.
I know that anything I found that when it was overwhelmingly clear that it was classified, I returned. If you ask me how many times I did that, I don't know. But I did not keep anything that was marked, that was clearly marked like having been handed to me when I was vice president. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. President, you are making a distinction between something that was clearly marked, that's what you just said, and it seems as if you're saying it's possible that there was something perhaps that was unclearly marked, and that I think we're just trying to understand that. So let me ask a specific question. Were there any occasions when you found documents that had classification markings in small print after you were vice president?
No, but if I did, I would have returned them as well.
Okay, that's helpful. We wanted to make sure we weren't misunderstanding the big letters versus small letters. So thank you. Okay, anything else on that?
No.
All right. So, Mr. President, when we spoke yesterday, Mr. Hur showed you some photographs, and there was one document in particular that you seemed curious about. So I thought we'd start with that. So if you grab binder 2. And flip to just that very first blue tab. You see that photo of a black notebook that says Halfback 1 on it.
Yep.
And then flip ahead, the next page, which is, it ends with 002. That has a document that we looked at yesterday, which is binder clipped together in the front of that notebook. And then in the next pages, you'll see the document itself. And actually, before I have you look at the document itself, Mr. President, is this, I think Mr. Hur covered this, but just to be clear, this AFPAC 1 notebook, was this a notebook that you used as vice president and took notes in as vice president?
The date is 4/20/09. Was I still vice president? I was, wasn't I? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And looking at this document that's binder clipped to the front of this. If you look at the fourth page of this tab, it ends with 004. Let me know when you're on that page.
1B66004.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President. Yes. Okay.
And first of all, have you reviewed this document before our interview today in preparation for the interview?
I was told about, I don't think I have.
Okay. I don't think we need to go through this entire document.
Mark, we'll clarify or confirm that because it may be, as he sees it today, he doesn't recognize it immediately, but it's possible that we did review that with him.
Wait, hang on a second.
Yeah, take your time, sir.
This was the letter I wrote to the president about why I disagreed with Holbrook and Company about their assessment of the situation in Afghanistan.
Okay.
I do remember, I didn't read it all, but I do remember this being shown to me.
All right.
And I remember the letter.
And
I stayed up Thanksgiving. Right. Pardon me?
I just want to note this document, you're right, sir, this document has lines, and the document you reviewed, which is the same one, did not have lines. So that may be the reason why it's not familiar to you.
got it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, this is the handwritten memo that you wrote to President Obama over Thanksgiving of 2009.
Yep.
Yeah. Why did you write this memo to the president?
Mark, is that an appropriate question? I mean,
I'll tell you why I wrote it, but it's none of your business why I wrote it. I wrote it because I was trying to change the president's mind. And I wanted to let him know I was ready to speak out no matter, unless he told me don't say a word, I'm ready to speak out and to really, quite frankly, save his ass on what was going on. And I laid out what it was that I thought the situation was in Afghanistan at the time, where he was being misled, not intentionally, but where the judgments were off, and why it'd be so much problem for him. And I spent a lot of time sitting down. I think it was Thanksgiving Day. It was around Thanksgiving that I wrote this up in Nantucket.
If you look at page 22, the date is...
I just want to, again, just so that in the future as we move through this, you know that we've raised the question before about unnecessarily or without clear linkage to the question of the location of classified documents, probing the president on highly confidential information he provided to the former president, 44, or to any senior members of the administration. So we want to be helpful, and if you can just draw that connection, it's going to be a lot easier for the president to feel comfortable describing confidential advice that he provided.
Well, the president seems eminently comfortable.
Yeah,
And if we
Rob,
want to talk
I understand
about this
that.
further, why don't we go offline because we have very limited time. And I
Rob,
assure you, we
Rob, I
consider
understand that.
points off the record.
Right.
Page 22 is typewritten.
Hang on one.
Okay, Rob, you wanted to say something?
Yes. So we've had.
We're back on the record.
Go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry about that.
I don't recall me producing anything that was typed or in type form. This is NBC Kabul, subject Helmand views of U.S. troops. I did not write that document. So I'm not sure why it was part of a handwritten document I wrote to the president, other than when I got to him, they dug up other information that was similar to that, what I was recommending, but I don't recall the that wasn't from my hand. This handwritten stuff was from my hand, giving him information I thought no one else was giving him. I thought was critical that he get to change his position on what he was likely to do based on the advice he'd been given thus far.
Understood.
So to me, it was very confidential. because I did not want to embarrass the president. I also did not want to get into him. I'll just tell you one thing. It has nothing to do with the investigation. You understand what this says? The president thought that I knew a lot more about Afghanistan than he did and other members of the administration. He knew I had a real difference with the key foreign policy types, particularly whether it was Eikenberry or whether it was, anyway. And he was looking for me to make my case as strong as I could without him having asked for it or been associated with it, because his concern in this period was he didn't have overwhelming foreign policy experience, and how could he take on the most premier members of the foreign policy establishment in his administration who had a view that said, go, do this. So he was looking for me to make the strongest case I could. So I'd be the guy that basically take the heat, which I was prepared to do because I knew as much about it as they did. That's the context in which this is happening. It's like if you had a junior prosecutor, didn't want you to be embarrassed, knew you'd never handle a particular circumstance. He or she had done this extensively. You don't want to take on the Attorney General on the issue, but he or she knew a lot about it. So you look at him and say, what do you got? And make the strongest case possible why the Attorney General is wrong, or your U.S. Attorney, whoever it was he was. That was the context. And that's why I did not, ordinarily if I did a memo this long, it would be disseminated. It would go to him, go to his staff, this went straight to him, nobody else.
Was it common for you to write a 20-page memo by hand?
First and only time I ever did.
Okay.
And by the way, if I tried to type it, it would take it 5 times as long.
Okay. I understand. Given the significance that the president attached to your views and the thought that you put into this memo, Mr. President, obviously the decision the president made was a very important one. And I'm just curious whether after the fact you ever went back and revisited this memo to see how your advice
No, I knew how the advice, I knew the memo. I mean, at the time, I probably could have repeated verbatim in that time period. I knew all the points. One of the things that did come from this was we got a commitment that there would be an absolute time limit set to test the theories of the guys who wanted to go in and do more and stay longer. And it was so it wasn't just open-ended. We weren't going to put another 100,000 troops in. We weren't going to. And so there was a time frame put on it, which was not what I wanted, but it was better than the open-ended. Go get them, guys.
Was this memo, Mr. President, was this something that you consciously kept after your term as vice president? Is this something that you wanted to hold on to?
I don't recall whether did I have this? Was this in my possession, this memo?
Yes, to give you some context for this, Mr. President, it was found in the front of this notebook that's on the first page, and the notebook was found in the library at the Lakehouse in one of the drawers in the cabinet.
You don't recall.
I don't recall how it got back. I mean, I don't recall how it got back in the book because I sent it to the president. I gave it to the president. And this looks like the original. I don't think maybe there's a copy made of it, but I don't think so.
It was faxed, just to give you
Oh,
some
okay,
context.
that's why.
Yeah.
All right, now I got it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure whether I handed it to the president. If it was faxed to the president, which I had the copy.
Right.
Okay.
You had the original.
Yeah, I had the original. And I just put it in the book, and that was it.
Okay. Were you aware that you had kept it after your term as vice president? Did you know that you had it?
I don't know that I knew, but it wasn't something I would have stopped to think about.
The reason I ask is it's been written about. Bob Woodward wrote about it in one of his books. Jules Whitcover wrote about it in his biography of you. So that's the reason I asked, is if it was something that you wanted to hang on to because it was going to be the subject of reporting or history.
I don't know if it would be subject to reporting, but I wanted to hang on to it just for posterity's sake. I mean, this was my position on Afghanistan. And later it became discussed, unrelated to my discussion. It became discussed inside the foreign policy establishment, which I was recommending. And anyway.
I mentioned a couple of books. Yesterday, you mentioned that there was a book you were thinking about writing before you decided to run for president. Did you ever consider writing a book, a memoir, or anything else where you discussed the Afghanistan debate in 2009 and your position on it? Did you ever think about writing about that?
No, give you my word, I never thought about that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When I was talking about writing a book, I've been of the view, from a historical standpoint, that there are certain points in history, world history, where fundamental things change, usually technology. For example, without Gutenberg's printing press, Europe would be a very different place. Literally a different place, because countries would not have known what was happening in other countries, other parts of the country. You know, think about a stupid idea, a notion. Nixon probably would have been president where he used the television, where he sweated, I mean sincerely, he was sweating so profusely in that debate. A lot of people thought he won the debate, but he lost the debate because of his demeanor. So there's a lot of things that I think are fundamentally changing how international societies function, and they relate a lot to technology. And one of the things that I was of the view that a lot has changed in terms of everything from the internet to the way in which we communicate with one another, that has fundamentally altered the ability. I've had this discussion with the press.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm sorry. Anyway, that's what I wanted to do.
I
It had
really,
nothing to do with Afghanistan.
Okay, that answered my question.
And Mark, just really quickly, I promise it'll be brief. I just really would like to avoid, for the purpose of a clean record, getting into speculative areas. When the president responded and said, I don't recall intending to keep this memo, you then said, well, might you have thought it was important to keep him, whatever? And he said, well, I guess I could have. His recollection, as I understand it, is he does not recall specifically intending to keep this memo after he left the vice presidency. And I want these questions to be as clearly answered and recorded on the transcript as possible.
I think we should take a break at this point. Should we talk briefly about
All right.
All right, we are back on the record. Mr. President, the only other thing I wanted to ask you about this document is about the typewritten pages that are at the back of it. So if you flip to, on the bottom, the base numbers, it ends in 0023.
Yep.
So this is a typewritten document. It's got a confidential, what appears to be a stamp at the top, and the top of the document indicates it's from the American AM Embassy, Kabul. It's dated what appears to me to be November 09. But the only question I have for you about this, Mr. President, is the confidential marking. Do you recognize that to be a classification marking?
No. I mean, it's confidential. They don't want to get around, but it's not in the category, I don't think, of code word, top secret, that kind of thing. But I don't even know where it came from.
Are you familiar with confidential as a level of classified information?
if I got a document confidential, it would mean that no one else would see it but me. You give it to board people working on this issue.
And are you aware that among certain categories of classified information, there's top secret, secret, and there's also a category of classified information called confidential? Is that something that you're aware of or not?
I guess I was aware of it. I don't ever remember. When I got any document that was confidential, that was meant for me to read and or discuss with the people who sent me the memo. So.
Okay. We looked at this handwritten memo that you wrote. Were there any other memos or documents about Afghanistan from your time as vice president that you kept after you were vice president?
Not knowingly. I mean, it wasn't anything I consciously. There may have been something that was kept in a notebook or something, but I'm not conscious.
Okay. In other words, you're not aware of this memo being part at any point of a larger collection of documents that you held onto on purpose after you were vice president?
Correct.
You're not aware of that? Okay, thank you. So we talked yesterday about the house that you rented on Chambridge Road.
Yep.
I wanted to show you at least one more photo from that house. So if you could, sorry to make you flip, but if
That's
you
right.
go back to binder 1. And once you're at that, if you could flip to tab 13.
Sorry. Okay.
I don't think we looked at this photo yesterday, and I just wanted to see if you recognize this room that's in tab 13.
That's on the first floor. You walk in the main door, first door to the right.
And what was this room used for?
For meetings with people that, whether it was having to do with something at school or at school meeting pen, or meetings with staff as to what was going on in terms of what I was teaching.
Okay.
Or speaking to.
Did anybody else other than you use this room?
I don't think you mean formally use it. No, but there were staff in and out of it.
Fair enough. I guess what I'm trying to get at was this a space that was primarily something you were using, or was Dr. Biden using it?
No. Jill didn't want any part of anything having to do with the United States. Congress, the Senate, and my teaching. She was teaching. She set up a little office off of the kitchen. Just a round table, and it was a big kitchen. And there was kind of an alcove in the front.
Got it. Sounds like a woman of good judgment to me. When you, for example, I believe you had some meetings at Chambridge Road when you were working with Mark Zwanitzer on the book Promise Me, Dad. Would you meet with Mark in this room or somewhere else?
I'd probably meet with this room or in the living room. And walk in and walk straight because it's a nice view out the back.
Is that also on the main level?
Floor, yeah.
Okay. All right, so speaking of Promise Me, Dad, I think we talked a little bit about that book yesterday, but I had some more questions for you about it.
Sure.
So Mark, as you probably know, Mark recorded his conversations when you all met to talk about the book. He made recordings of those conversations, and we have some of them. In some of the recordings, you spoke to him about wanting to gather some materials from your time as vice president that you could use as reference, and you specifically talked about gathering notebooks that you had written in. Do you recall trying to collect those notebooks so that you could use them when you were talking to Mark?
Not specifically, but look, what I was doing, I was writing a book about how the family responded to a son we knew was dying. And so if Bo had just gotten a new diagnosis on something, where was I? Was I in country? Was I, what was I doing at the time? And this is when I was vice president as well, because he was diagnosed when that occurred. So that's the context in which I would look. And I actually got the book and I started to look through it. And I haven't seen it in a long time. And there are connections to a certain diagnosis and where I physically was, and what my thinking at the time was about what I should or shouldn't be doing. Really, it wasn't about. It was more like having a calendar in front of you. Like if your wife said, "Why don't you write a book about how we met and where we met and what?" Well, you want to know. Let me see. When did we meet? I remember the date I met, the 6th of June. But anyway. But my point is, it was more to give me context, writing about it. Because I have to. You won't be surprised. It was a very, very, very hard book to write.
Yeah. We understand. Having read it, that makes sense.
Well, if you read it, there's some references to where I was, as opposed to anything having to do with where I was. At least that's why I think about it.
Okay. Do you know where your notebooks were in the time period immediately after your term as vice president?
No, but I think what they did, they gathered up my notebooks, and I think they were in drawers in this room.
In this room in tab 13, the first level office?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure they're all in one place, but I think that's where they would mainly be, because there was you walked in, there was a fireplace in the middle of this room. If you went left, you walked through a little hallway, and you went into what was a living room, a more formal living room. But you passed a little alcove that had file drawers. I think it had bookcases and drawers beneath it. But my guess would be there or in the bookshelves. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. I want to ask you, Mr. President, about a meeting that you had with Mark in February of 2017. So you were meeting to talk about things that you were working on in the course of writing the book. So you had just ended your vice presidency about a month earlier. And at least according to your schedule, on February 16th of 2017, you were scheduled to meet with Mark at Chambridge Road. And he recorded the meeting. And so based on his notes, it appears that you covered a lot of ground during that conversation, including some very difficult emotional subjects, as you referenced. And then at one point, and I'm giving you this as context for the question I'm about to ask. At one point, it appears from the recording that you were speaking to him about meetings you had as vice president. There was a meeting about Iraq that you spoke to him about, and in that meeting, according to what you said to Mr. Zwanitzer, the question came up of, will we ever see a unified Iraq in our lifetime? And in talking about that to Mark, you then made a comparison to Afghanistan. And you told him the story of the memo, the handwritten memo that we just looked at. And you said that you wrote the president the memo, and you told the president that the day we left Afghanistan would be the same as the day before we arrived. And in the course of explaining that memo about Afghanistan, you said to Mark, I just found all the classified stuff downstairs. And so you can imagine, we are curious what you meant when you said, I just found all the classified stuff downstairs.
I don't remember. I'm not supposed to speculate, right? So,
Correct.
Okay, well, I don't remember, and it may have been, I just don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Mark about the handwritten memo that you had written to President Obama?
I probably did. I don't remember specifically, but my guess is I may have done
Okay. Do you remember telling him, I just found all the marked classified stuff downstairs?
that. Mark?
Telling Mark. Do you remember saying that to him?
No.
Okay. Do you remember actually finding any classified stuff downstairs?
No. The only thing I can remember is I wanted to be clear to him that I didn't want what he just heard me say about the memo to Barack, even though it wasn't a top secret thing of theirs. I didn't want any of that mentioned. It was confidential. Not confidential in the classification sense, but don't write about that. That's off the record. That's not something I want to be talking about in the book about.
At this point in time, around a month or so after you left the vice presidency, were you still in the process of going through your stuff at CBR to see what was packed where and where everything was?
Well, I don't specifically remember, but I can't imagine not. I mean, they just drop all these boxes in a library, and boxes and there's a hallway in the back of the garage. Pull out of stuff from the garage itself, boxes piled up. And my problem was, where the hell is all this stuff going? I mean, we're just taking up a lot of room. But it wasn't so much I was looking for anything. It was like, well, what do I clear out? What do I get out of the way? It's near a hallway, or it's in a garage, or it's in this library. It was more in that context I can recall thinking about what was in boxes.
Okay.
Not like I'm looking for something, like I'm trying to compile things, but just what they pack up, what's here.
I want to see if there's anything else, any other things that you remember about this day. And so the schedule shows that you had an appointment from 8:30 to 9 a.m. Do you know what that would be referring to?
Yeah, they had operated on my shoulder, and it was a workout schedule.
Okay. And then from 10 to 11, you had a scheduling meeting at the house at CBR with Steve Ricchetti. Do you recall anything? I expect not from that particular meeting.
No, but that wouldn't be unusual in the sense that they were the day-to-day people, like you see walking in and but that, just what's going on kind of thing. What's the day look like?
And then you had lunch at the Four Seasons Hotel in Georgetown.
I ate there all the time. What did I do there at Four Seasons? Who did I have lunch with?
I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
You'll have to figure that out.
I don't remember.
And is there anything that you remember about what you were doing at the house before your meeting with Mark that day, which would have been in the afternoon? It started at 3 o'clock. According to your schedule, it could have changed based on events.
Had I already decided who I was taking the pen with me, or had that all been settled by this time? I don't remember.
You mean which people
Yeah.
were going to work with you at Penn? I don't know the answer.
I don't remember. Because there were discussions that were going on, like, do I hire Tony to come on? Do I hire so-and-so? Will they provide? How much will they pay so-and-so to do so? To be a professor that kind of thing. But, the mechanics of what I'd be doing in pen and who I'd be able to take. But I don't know that. I mean, that was one of the things in this time period I'm trying to work out. Is that right? Yeah. Because I'm out of the vice presidency. And I'm now going to Penn, right? That stuff been sent to Penn? This stuff's from Penn. I don't remember. I'm going to get my time in.
Well,
Anyway.
perhaps I'll ask you another question,
Sure.
Mr. President. You said, I think we talked yesterday that in the basement of Chambers Road, you had the office that you used there. Is that right?
Yeah, it was more of a combination of family room, meeting room, television room, staff room. I mean, it wasn't, it just, I'm a frustrated architect, and I wanted to set it up so it looked nice. And I was even talking about, do I spend the money if they allow me to put it in a swimming pool out there, kind of thing. So, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Stop. And, but it was in the context of making the place look nice and livable, feel like home.
Okay. And you said to Mr. Zwanzer, I just found all the classified stuff downstairs. What I want to try to understand, in February of 2017, are there any other places other than Chambers Road that you could have been talking about when you said that?
No.
And I guess...
I think Chambers Road's residence. I'm out of the vice president's residence, right?
Yes, you had moved out more than
And all that stuff hadn't been sent to my garage floor in Delaware, had it? Do we know?
What we know, Mr. President, is that the movers came to the Naval Observatory on January 7th and packed up your stuff and moved into Chambers Road that same day.
Gotcha. But nothing moved to Wilmington. There's only one of the residents I had. My original, the lake was referred to.
Right.
It's no lake, it's a pond. But, okay, no, I can't think of anything, any other place.
And I guess looking at the evidence taken together, one simple theory, and I'm just going to ask you if you have anything you want to add when I explain this theory, and if the answer is no, the answer is no. One simple theory would be that when you told Mark Swanitzer in February of 2017, when you were talking about Afghanistan, that you just found all the classified stuff downstairs, what you meant was you just found all the classified documents about Afghanistan that were later found in your garage in the Lakehouse. And so we're trying to understand if that's what you meant or not. And I understand you've told us you don't remember, but our question is really if there's anything else, any other memory or thought you have on this that you want to share with us as we try to make sense of the evidence.
No, other than, only thing I can think of is I was referring to him that I knew of the president, the memo I wrote to the president. I didn't want that used for any reason.
Okay. And I think we covered this at the beginning of our conversation today, but, well, actually, we talked about the incident with Mr. You said you were told that you had given stuff to Mr. You didn't know, you don't remember that, and you didn't know what those documents were.
No, I just know anything that was so clearly marked confidential, I just took to return it, get it out of here. That's what I know. And I was telling the team that that's what I would do with it, anything, and they said, well, yeah, was your body guy for a while. He remembers you saying to him, boom, return this.
So in February of 2017, when you had this conversation with Mark Swanitzer, I believe that Mr. was still your body guy. I'm trying to get a sense of if you had found classified documents at that time, what would you have done with them? Who would you
I would have
have
given to him to get back to the, to the agency.
Okay. Is there anyone else that you can think of that you would have
Well,
given?
if my former chief of staff was sitting talking to me, if I would hand it to them, but usually it was a staff responsibility to return this stuff.
Okay.
So it wasn't like it was, I'd call my chief of staff or the head of the Foreign Relations Committee or whatever.
Okay. I want to look at a few more documents.
Sure.
So if you could
It's
go.
kind of a neat room, isn't
It's beautiful.
it? I like the sun in there too.
Mark, before you move on to the specific documents,
Please do.
might I just ask a couple of follow-ups?
Please.
So I wanted to follow up on something that you said a couple of minutes ago, Mr. President, where you were recalling I think you said they gathered up the notebooks and put them someplace, referring to the Chambridge Road residence. And I just wanted to ask, who would be the they?
That's not what I meant. The notebooks would have come in a box, dropped somewhere. So there's notebooks in the hallway, the living room, all over. I mean, not notebooks, but boxes.
Okay.
So I'm going to be living there. So Jill said, clear this place out. So what I probably did is go through and found boxes that had notebooks in them. I gathered the notebooks up and I put them in basically one place. And I think they were put in the library in that indentation I referenced. And but that's the best of my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
You said that if you had found classified documents at this point in February, if you would have given them to or another staff member.
I would have gotten rid of them. I would have gotten them back to their source.
And why?
Because what would I do? I wasn't going to keep them for anything. I had no purpose for them. And I think it would be inappropriate for me to keep clearly classified documents. Now, if I had written notes in my book, they're my notes and they're my property. But that document is not my property.
And was it your understanding after you left the vice presidency that, at least for marked classified documents that belong to the government, that you were not authorized to have those at your house after you were vice president? Was that your understanding?
I didn't think of it that way. I just thought of what would I need them for, and I had no authority to have them. I mean, why would I? Look. So, I mean, just a continuation of a 8-year habit of returning classified information to its source. I mean, I don't think it was conscious, like, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to change my policy now here. I'm no longer vice president. Why would I keep them? And anyway.
Okay, but I think it would be helpful for us to understand. I think with respect to your notebooks that you wrote by hand, you view those as yours.
They are mine.
And you were authorized to have them.
And every president before me has done the same exact thing.
I'm not arguing with you about
I
that
want to
right
make sure
now,
we're on
Mr.
the same
President.
page.
Well, I'm not meaning to address that topic right now. I just want to make sure that you're not making the same claim about a marked classified document that was created by the United States government. You're not saying, that was mine, I could have that if I wanted it.
I never made that argument. I don't know if that argument's legitimate, but I never made that argument. And I never responded that way intentionally.
Okay, that helps me understand where the line is for you. So let's look at the documents that I referenced earlier. If you could go back to binder 2, and if you turn to the second tab there, it says facts first on that tab.
Okay. You guys are working like hell. That's a compliment. I don't mean that. It's a lot to put this together.
Understood. I'll wait for everybody to get there. I think we're mostly there. So this is what appears to be a red folder with handwriting on it. And by the way, Mr. President, the next few documents I'm going to go through with you were found in your garage in the Lakehouse. I'm telling you that for context.
Okay.
Do you recognize this folder?
No.
How about the handwriting? Is that your handwriting?
It looks like my handwriting.
And the phrase facts first, does that have any significance to you?
No, I was trying to remember I mean, when I saw that today, I didn't know whether that related to something or it was just me saying, I don't know. Was there a document fax first? I don't know.
As I said a minute ago, this folder had several documents related to Afghanistan from 2009 in it. Do you know anything about how this folder and those documents got into your garage?
No, other than they must have been taken when I was vice president from the vice president's residence or the vice president's office to the, where was I, did I have the Penn office yet? I think either to the Penn office or to the residence in Wilmington. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
There were also documents from the Naval Observatory, or materials from the Naval Observatory that were moved to Chambers Road. Is that
okay?
Is that your? I'm asking actually. That's a question.
Well, I'm sure there were. I don't know. My problem was I never knew where any of the documents or boxes were specifically coming from, or who packed them. It just that I get them delivered to me, and so I'm at this stage in 2009. Am I still vice president? Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like you're flipping ahead, which is great because I'm
sorry, I thought that you wanted.
No, you're fine, Mr. President. If you could flip to tab B7, I'm actually not going to go through all of these with you today.
Okay.
B7, the first page there just says tab 1, and then the second page, which is it ends at the base number is 18. I want to make sure we're all looking at the same document. The subject.
First one is
the title says
top secret. Human comment. It says Office of Director of National Intelligence. Al Qaeda allies pose global threat to U.S. interest.
We're looking at the same one. Mr. President, there's some lines underlined in the first paragraph, and there's a handwritten note in the margin. Is that your handwriting?
U.S. question mark?
Yes.
In the margin?
Yeah.
I underline documents, and that could be my writing. I can't swear to it.
Okay. To give you some context, this document was attached. There's a memo from the National Security Advisor to the President in advance of a National Security Council meeting, and this was an attachment to that memo. And so my question is, at least when you had copies of materials like that were your copies, did anyone else take notes on your copies of memos that you had as briefing material?
Not simultaneously, but if I turned it over to my National Security Advisor to hand to him, he could have put notes on, but not really.
Okay. You mentioned the markings at the top. It says top secret. Any of the other markings, do you recognize those or know what they refer to?
I'm sorry, what page are you on, Mark?
I'm sorry, I'm on the it's page number 18. It's the first page of this document.
So the marks, you mean the underlining?
No, sorry. It says at the
top,
I
see.
It's top secret, human comment.
Yeah.
Do you recognize any of those particular?
All I had to do was see top secret. I don't remember. Human means human intelligence. Comment. FISA. No, I mean other than all I had to see was top secret.
Okay. You recognize those as classification markings, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah. And you have referred a few times today to things that are clearly marked classified, and I want to make sure I know how you're using that. As far as you are concerned, is this document clearly marked as a classified document?
Yes.
Okay. If you then flip to document tab B13-2,
Okay.
This is a couple of paragraphs typed up, and at the top it says notes from a meeting on September 29th, 2009, then has a time indicates that it's about Afghanistan and Pakistan. For context for you, Mr. President, there was a principals committee meeting about Afghanistan and Pakistan on this day. And I can see that you're reading what's typed up there. Do you recognize this sort of vignette that's typed up as something that you recall happening during a meeting relating to Afghanistan back in 2009?
Generic I do. Look, the debate was with McChrystal and company that if somehow we defeated Al-Qaeda and killed bin Laden in Pakistan, we still have the same level of commitment McChrystal was asking for to defeat the Taliban in Afghanistan. The answer, intelligence, state, and defense was yes. Okay, I don't know. That's a question Panetta asked. All right. So what was the question?
Do you remember this exchange that is documented here?
Not per se, but it was a generic exchange, I remember. The debate related to whether or not Pakistanis were, if we got rid of bin Laden in Pakistan and Panetta asked questions for defense and others. So he's asking, what's his name from Texas? Who's the Secretary of Defense? Gates. He defeated Al-Qaeda, killed bin Laden in Pakistan. And we still have the same level of commitment McChrystal was asking for to defeat Taliban in Afghanistan. Oh, okay. The answer intelligence, state, and defense gave was yes. In other words, this was, if in fact Al-Qaeda is defeated, bin Laden is gone, we still be making a major investment in Afghanistan. And apparently the State Department and Defense Department both said yes, we should have the same level.
Okay. Let's move on to B14.
Now, were these notes written like, they're typed like this?
They were typed like this in the folder that was found in the garage.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about how this document was created?
No.
Okay.
Because I didn't type anything.
Fair enough.
No, I'm not being I know I'm embarrassed, but it wasn't anything I typed, so it may very well be that whoever my national security advisor in that meeting, one of the small group meeting, was asked that question. This is he or she recorded that.
B14-1.
Yep.
So this is another typed document. The title of it is Counterinsurgency Coin versus Counterterrorism, CT Strategies. If you could, I'm not going to ask you about the substance of this document, Mr. President. I wanted if you would look at the notes in the margins on page 2, the next page, it's the base number 40, base number 41, base number 42, and just tell me whether that's your handwriting or if you recognize it.
Yeah, it looks like my handwriting.
Okay. And then I think that's the last document I wanted to ask you about in this folder, Mr. President. If you could turn to the next tab, which the big blue tab it says Afghanistan folder. So the first page of that folder is a scan of a manila folder. It's got handwriting on it that says Afghanistan 2009. Do you recognize that folder?
It looks like my writing.
Okay. And then
couldn't swear to it.
Okay. If you go to tab B25, this is a typed document. It has handwriting on it. It's dated November 25th, 2009, and it says memorandum for the president from the vice president. Is that your handwriting on this document as well?
It looks like it, yeah.
All right. This says that it is a memo for the president from you, and I will give you for context, Mr. President, that parts of this typewritten document that you're looking at are incorporated into the handwritten memo that you wrote to President Obama, the long one that we looked at earlier. So there are some.
Which came first?
This one is dated 3 days earlier. The typewritten one is dated 3 days earlier. And so my question is just whether you recall using this memo or anything else as a resource or source material when you were writing the handwritten.
I'd have to take a look. Give me a second.
Of course, please, take your time.
I'm sorry.
What was the question you asked me?
Yeah, I was asking whether you used the typewritten memo in B25 as a resource or a source material when you wrote the handwritten memo to President Obama.
Possible. My guess is not, because this was, if I wrote this on the 25th, I would have already been well into writing the handwritten deal with Obama, which was Thanksgiving. What date did it get to him?
You sent it on November 28th.
28th.
Yeah.
I guess it's theoretically possible, but I don't remember it that
Okay.
way.
That's fine.
But this is. Okay. One conversation with
And Mr. President, if the answer is that you don't remember,
I don't remember the sequence of the handwritten versus this, and I'm reluctant to speculate, but if this was, I received this before I wrote the other, it was added argument why he should listen to my argument. I'm talking about, I have a long conversation with Eichenberg yesterday. I urge you to call him before you make a decision. Carl can speak for himself. And he has eloquently at some of his cables. Let me relate just a few things. Adding troops will not speed up the ability to train Afghans because, etc. So these are criticisms of the proposal that was being made to the president by others in the administration wanted to double down in Afghanistan.
understood.
So my guess is it probably was a partial source to what I ended up sending as well on the 28th, whatever date it was.
Okay. There's only one other document I wanted to ask you about. In this folder, it's B37, which is toward the back.
Did you say 37 or 27?
37.
Okay, thank you.
This is another typewritten document, Mr. President. It says memorandum for principals at the top. I'm not going to ask you about the content of it, but I wanted you to just look at there's some handwritten notes in the margins on the second page, and if you just flip through, you'll see notes in the margins on several pages. And I wanted to ask if that appears to be your handwriting.
Hard to tell that it could be. I mean, I make stars like that, you know, asterisks
Okay.
like that, but I can't swear to that.
Okay.
The transfer of Afghan responsibility is critical.
And
This was, I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure what this was.
I believe this was one of the several memos that the National Security Advisor sent out to the Principals Committee asking for views about various proposals about troop levels. The debate was about how many and what was going to be the strategy. As you know much better than I do, but I actually didn't have any questions for you about
I'm just trying to
content.
figure the context
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah, understood. Mr. President, if you could, and I can recognize the desire to read those documents again.
I was just trying to see what the context was.
Sure. We have fairly limited time, and so
All right, fine, I'm sorry.
if I could,
By the way, just a real quick question on that. What's our time situation?
We're 1 hour and 10 minutes into the interview today. Yes.
1 hour.
1 hour and 10 minutes in.
so I really do need to move on, Mr.
Okay,
President.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just had one other handwriting question for you, which is back to binder 1. And it's tab 9. Base number 004. I'm sorry, DSC underscore 004.
ERT, you say?
DSC underscore 004.
I have ERT.
I think there's a DSC.
Here you go, I got it.
You got it. This is a photo of several folders in a box. And the one I wanted to ask you about is that it says Washington Speakers Bureau. Do you see that one?
Is that
It's
the
a
one
manila-
next to Bo?
It's a
Or?
manila folder. It is further towards you.
Okay, yeah,
Do you recognize that handwriting, Mr. President? Is that yours?
I think it's mine.
Okay. 1 second. A different topic, and this is something that came up yesterday when Mr. Hur was showing you photographs of the garage at the Lakehouse. You made reference to, at some point, some materials ended up at the Lakehouse, and you referred to them as tranche 2. And we wanted to follow up and understand what you meant, what you were referring to by tranche 2.
You mean I don't know, they're talking about when stuff got delivered to the garage?
I believe so.
In the photo in which that exchange occurred was behind tab 7 in binder 1.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Yes, sir. So if I recall, when you saw that pile of boxes to the right of the treadmill there, I think one of the things you said
This is stuff that came after other stuff had already been delivered to the garage. Because some of this stuff relates to construction stuff. All those fans that were taken down from the interviews and things. So my recollection is that there were 2 times boxes relating to my office, the job I held, were delivered to the garage. And most of this stuff, I think a lot of it's still sitting there, is stuff that had to do with construction and or bringing other material from, I guess, Chambers Road, whether it's furniture or this is 2021. But
No, it's
20
This photo was
2022.
taken in 2022.
Yeah, this is stuff after whatever was delivered from Chambers Road had well been delivered, right? I'm out of Chambers Road back in 2019 or 2020, right?
Yes.
So, was I referring to when I tranched you? There were other things in the other garage door where it opened on the left there. There were boxes there too. I remember moving boxes, literally physically moving them, and with help, one side or the other, so I could get the Corvette in that garage on the left. But so when I was talking about tranche, maybe I did wrong. There was a second time things were piled up in the garage. This was not the first time. And the first time was, I think, back when I moved out of either my vice president's office or I moved out of the vice president's residence, or I moved out of the Biden Center, moved stuff out of the Biden Center. But there was different stuff in there on both sides, I think. That's what I meant. Now, there was a lot of this stuff has nothing to do with my being vice president or anything to do with anything. We just do work in the house.
Okay, that's very helpful. And can you tell that by looking at these pictures from the
Well, I can tell
sides?
that by the fans to start with,
Ah,
okay?
okay. And how
I
about
think that one of these things is marked careful mirror or something on the other side.
I see.
I'm not mistaken. But that thing going across, that's no file or anything. That's something to do with either a mirror or something that is furniture related, I think, but I'm not certain.
Understood. Okay.
I think it's still there. I haven't been home in so long. They told me to be out of the house.
It's often like that. So that's very helpful, Mr. President. Thank you. In thinking about the first tranche of stuff that you mentioned a second ago, and the second tranche of stuff.
I'm assuming there were two. That's
Okay.
my assumption. I don't know when the first time
Yes.
I walked into the garage and all of a sudden there were all these boxes all over the floor. I don't remember if that was way back when I left the vice presidency
Yes.
or whether it was just before in this time frame.
Okay.
I just don't remember. And I don't remember how the hell it got there.
Okay. So here's a different question that doesn't focus on timing or how things got there. Sometimes in my own experience around the house, I get a place gets messy, and then I clean it up, and it looks spick and span, and then it gets messy again. So is that what happened here, where the first tranche came, stuff got dumped in your garage, and you organized it, you moved it all, unpacked the boxes, and then it was spick and span, and then this stuff landed? Or was it not quite that stark? Was it more like, well, I did some unpacking of the first batch, and it
I
wasn't
don't
all
remember
great.
unpacking anything. The thing I remember moving is just moving the boxes.
Okay.
And by the way, if you look in there, there's two things. There's a bookcase, had nothing to do with anything. A bookcase that is against one of those. If you look at that picture, you'll see in the left going up?
Yes.
And I think you could see, it looks like there is something leaning against that.
Yes.
I think that is a bookcase. Unrelated to anything having to do with the vice presidency, where some of the books that were sitting around, books came back in boxes. You just took them out and stuck them there to get rid of the box. You follow me? Does it make any sense?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And so things like that, I don't know what else. And in the meantime, I can't remember when I had these cabinets put in on both sides of the garage. The gray cabinets.
Yes, sir.
They were for storage, and they had storage of things for paint and tools and golf clubs and things like that. And a lot of on the left-hand side, the left-hand side garage, there was a lot of my wife's crockery and vases and crystal pitchers, for drink kind of thing. And I needed them to store, to get out of the way so they didn't get broken. There was no other place to put them. And that was stuff coming from Chambridge Road and/or originally, I guess, the Vice President's residence to Chambridge, those kinds of things. And then on the other side, there's a little workbench between that on the right, what you're looking at here. Because you can see 1, 2, 3 cabinet doors up and down, and then there's an opening, and there's a workbench there. I think there's a vise there, and anyway, there's stuff just piled up there. So, and maybe, I don't know this, I won't speculate. Anyway, but it wasn't like the boxes were emptied and taken away.
They were
moved to make room for the Corvette. And initially what I had in there, I had the Corvette, as the one picture you have it on this side of the garage.
Yes.
And on the other side was a tractor, a small tractor, that could operate as a tractor and/or as a lawnmower. And it had a wagon behind, a wagon you could hook up to. What I ended up doing was buying from one of these garage places. You go, they can buy, past gas stations that are selling wood sheds and, things like that. I bought a storage facility where I could drive the tractor in there and store it, and a lot of garden stuff, and including I had in there, what else I put in there? Tools, shovels, all that kind of stuff. Oh, and the hard top for my Corvette is in there. And there's 2 doors that close, and so there's more storage. So that's why we ended up, because we needed the space on the garage.
And that you were just talking about, that moving things around to make stuff for the space for the Corvette garage, was that before or after your move out of Chambridge Road?
I don't know. I can't remember. I'm trying to think. If I can remember when the first tranche of boxes got sent to me. I can't. Maybe I should ask some of the former staff when the hell that stuff came up and how it came up. I don't know. But I honest to God don't remember.
Okay.
And it may have been, and by the way, complicated. In the meantime, the Corvette was being worked on. Because I had to do that show with
Jay
Leno. Didn't have to. I wanted to do that show with Jay Leno. And there was a kid who used to help me take care of my Corvette. Didn't work for me, but I can get his name. So, and he'd pull it in and out, work in the carburetor, whatever. Get it up to the Chevrolet dealer. part. So there was a lot of stuff going in and out, but I don't remember when the boxes came or where they came from.
Do you remember whether it was when the Corvette was coming back after the Jay Leno show? So in other words, it goes out for Jay Leno, eventually it comes back.
Oh no, it was in and out for a bunch of reasons.
Okay.
Because it drove me crazy. I wanted to drive it.
Got it. That makes sense. Beautiful car.
And the worst part was they said I couldn't drive it outside the driveway. It's a long driveway. So I'd get at the bottom of the driveway, tack it up to about $4,000 and whoa, right. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
We believe you.
I believe you, yes.
By the way, one of the best parts of being vice president and president, I get to drive all these electric vehicles I have. Damn, they're quick. No, think about this. You had one of those big 4x4s, I think it's a Ford Bronco, whatever it is. 0 to 60 in 4.6.
Yes.
Instant torque.
That's
Yes.
fast.
Yeah. By the way, you know how it works. I mean, it's really cool.
Sir, I would love to hear much more about this, but I do have a few more questions to get
I
to.
can take 30 seconds. That you put your foot on the brake, you hit a button that's in the and it says launch. You step your foot on the accelerator all the way down
Whoa.
until it gets about to $6-7 and all of a sudden it'll say launch. All you do is take your foot off the brake. Whoa.
There you go. Now you
It's
know.
on my bucket list. All right, so let's launch into the next subject, which relates to the Penn Biden Center. So I want to show you what's behind tab 23.
Which notebook?
I'm sorry, binder 1, original thing. So there's a number of photos there. The first phase is 2022 1201_WFO_0021.
Yep.
And then 22, and then 23, and then it jumps to 102, 103, 104, and 114. So
I'm sorry, Rob, which tab?
tab 23.
23.
Okay.
So the first several photos, ending in dates 21, 22, and 23, are of one box. And then the remainder behind that tab are of another box.
21, 22, and 23, one box.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And then from 102 onward are another box.
Okay.
So these were boxes that were recovered from the Penn Biden Center.
Gotcha.
And I'd like you just to take a quick look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize these files, if any of them jump out to you as ones that you recall.
Are you on a specific page, Rob, just to be clear?
Not right now.
Okay.
You can look
The
through
one
all
on-
6 or 7 of those.
01, 03, cancer. I was doing a lot of work on cancer research. This is a more current one. Reader Kevin McCarthy. Must have been something I guess it had to do with the deal to prevent the government shutdown. Not the shutdown. Reneging down the debt, the national debt, the deal we made. Probably had to do with her, stuff she's doing for abused women. Genealogy, I got a lot of genealogy stuff all around. Private Biden, 16 and 15, I don't know what that is. Could have been a guy working before Vinny, who when I was a senator, I may have been calling him to ask him for information or recollection. I really can't read some of the others. Can you read them for me? Markings.
Well, I think for the second box, the very last photograph in the tab section is probably the sharpest, closest in.
One
Can you give the number?
I'm sorry, Bates is 114.
Got it.
114.
What's the question?
Oh, one.
I think that's the clearest focus of the, and the closest in of those photographs.
And may I ask Rob again for the clarity of the record?
Yes.
Is the question whether he recognizes the topics or whether he recognizes these specific documents?
These specific documents.
So there's not so much the topics, but these specific documents.
I don't remember.
Or rather, I'm sorry, these specific files
Oh, these specific
Yes.
ones. Okay.
from the labels on the file folders.
Well, I remember, like the papal visit in 2015. I remember the Senator Warren stuff on Black Lives Matter. I was probably categorizing that. Speech on manufacturers in 610. Staff guys who work for me.
So jumping off of the question that Bob just asked, which is, let me ask a slightly different question, which is, given it sounds like you're familiar with the topics that were addressed in some of these file folder labels, do you recall these as being files that kept for you at the Biden Center?
I don't recall whether they were, but they're all stuff I worked with. I worked a hell of a lot on law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
I looked on marriage equality. I'm the guy that got that changed. Looked on the papal visit. I can't read that one. Oh, and something about restoring the middle class. These were all subjects that related to most of them. The moonshot was cancer. One of my docs who operated on me.
Yes, sir.
Walter Reed.
Did you recall asking to pull any of these files for you when you were at the Biden Center?
No, what dates was I there? I don't remember. The Biden Center.
After the vice president.
I know, what are the dates?
Precise dates.
Anyway, some of it, I may have had her pulled because I was working on cancer initiatives on my own. I mean, not for Penn, but,
Yes.
but I did work with Penn because they have a hell of a cancer center there. McConnell, 7, 13, 15, I don't know what's going on there. But it may very well, if they've been at the Penn, these look like stuff that may have been in file drawers or, I don't know, but not squirreled away. I mean, they look like they could be current things I would be working on or around. But I don't know.
Okay, and when you say current, you
I mean contemporaneous.
At the Penn Biden
At the
Center?
Penn Biden Center.
Okay, all
But
right,
I don't know that for a fact.
understood.
So just to be clear, Rob, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to be good. I just want to make sure I understand. The question that you're asking, I want you to ask the question because you don't want me to ask the question. Is it, again, the specific recalling these specific files, or is the question recalling working on topics like this?
The question was, and I believe the president answered it quite clearly, given his familiarity with the topics that are referenced on these file folder labels, does he recall whether these folders were ones that he had to keep and that he referenced at the Penn Biden Center after the end of his vice presidency?
The subject matter, yes. Like cancer, violence against women, the genealogy, readings of the Pope. I mean, there are things that continue. I mean, I still communicate with the Pope. So, you know what I mean? But is it constant? No. I mean, anyway.
Okay.
Might take it. That's a joke.
I was thinking
Yes,
you both
that's why we laughed.
you have full day jobs, so it's probably not regular
Yes.
communication.
Okay, so keeping in mind the second box that's shown in the photos towards the back half of this tab section from 102 onward. So within that box at the pen by the center was
Because
recovered.
the last thing is I have on that tab.
Oh, it's one of
Sorry,
those.
sir.
Which picture do you want?
We were just looking at 114.
Do you
So
want
Correct.
still on that?
we're about to move on, but
To
I just wanted to
102.
have that in his mind.
All right.
So we're about to move on to tab 24.
Oh.
And the first document in tab 24, it's got a dates ending WFO_0006. And I will represent to you that this envelope that has on it eyes only at the top and the bottom and B POTUS in the middle was recovered within the box that's shown in 114, which was the prior tab. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now flipping
So
back.
someone went and pulled that out of 114.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's where it was found.
But I didn't. But it wasn't out like this. Somebody
No,
pulled
sir.
it out.
Correct.
Okay, good. I just wondered what you're saying. That's all.
Correct.
Okay.
So now we understand that the. Well, let me ask you some questions first about the envelope that's on 0006.
Yep.
So in addition to the eyes only print at the top and the bottom, and the B POTUS in the middle in black, there's some writing there. It says Iran 130, and then some other numbers after that. Do you recognize that handwriting?
No, I mean it could be mine, but I don't know.
Okay. So now I want to jump over to binder 3. So a whole separate binder. And towards
My bag. Get out my stuff.
Yeah.
That's three.
Nope.
No,
nope.
that's right.
There's.
And we're done with 2, Rachel, so
Okay, great.
get it out of the way.
All right.
Okay, so behind the first blue tab, which is labeled Eyes Only folder, the first thing you should see is a document that's base labeled 2022-1201_WFO_0006, which is what we were just looking at, the outside of the envelope.
Oh, that is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So now we're in binder 3.
Yep.
And so I want to take you to some of the contents of this document.
Of the document.
I'm sorry, some of the contents of the envelope.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So let's go first to tab A7. And you'll see there a number of pages. The first base label is 1B49A70001, followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 through 10. What you're seeing there are a number of lined pages, mostly, some unlined, but with handwriting on them. You just take a moment to look through those pages. Once you're done, I'll ask you if this is your handwriting on these pages.
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. And we'll come back to these in a moment, but I want to have you take a look at the other contents of this envelope as well.
Rob, just, can you, because there's a bunch of different pages, can you ask about specific pages?
Sure.
Just, I want to make sure it's
Sure.
clear.
Fair point. Okay. Let's start with 1.
Page 1 of the we just looked at.
Yes, sir. Behind tab A7.
Yep. Okay.
So it looks like the first handwritten words at the top are hold sanctions regained. Does this page have your handwriting on
Yeah.
And how about the next page, which is, I get portrait and landscaping stuff. I think this is landscape, horizontal.
This may not be mine.
Okay. How about the next page? Bearing 3.
It looks like my handwritten.
How about 4?
I'm sure the page before, the one that is dated, just to be clear,
1. In the capsule of the upper.
yeah, number 0002 is that he said the answer was not, I didn't hear that clearly.
The answer is I'm
I
not
heard
sure.
No, correct, okay. So now we're on 003.
3, he said this is.
Okay.
Now we're on 4, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Breakfast is mine.
Okay. How about 5? Dated 1/28/15.
I don't know.
Okay. How about 6?
It could be though. Sorry. Same as 5.
6 is the same as 5?
Yeah, in other words, I think it is, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
The same with 7.
Okay. How about 8?
They all look the same to me.
Nine and 10 covered by that too?
Let me see here. Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. And was that in reference to 10?
He was looking at 009.
9.
It's possible they're not right. Oh, looking at the spelling, if it's spelled right, it's probably not. But I think I'm kidding. Anyway, okay.
Okay. All right, so now I'd like to direct your attention to some of the other documents that were in that envelope.
Okay.
So let's start with tab A3.
What? I'm sorry.
A tab A3, still in that same section, on that first blue flap. So A3 is Bates labeled, actually mine is not Bates labeled, but it says at the top, in response to a question on it. Document behind tab A4 has language on it. There's no base, but it's Iran's nuclear negotiating positions as of early January 2015.
Where did you say that?
It's behind tab A4.
Sorry, Robert, it's mine, reconsider.
Oh, okay, gotcha, yeah, I'm sorry.
Great.
Yep.
Okay, and then behind tab A5, there's another document that was in that same envelope. No dates, but titled Iran.
Yep.
And then finally, tab A6, again, no dates, but it's titled Iran.
Okay.
So I don't want to ask you detailed questions about the substance of these documents, but having had the opportunity to take a look at them, do you recall being provided these documents? Because our understanding is that these were provided to you during your vice presidency.
The answer is I don't recall being provided them, but it doesn't surprise me. I would be provided them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
I
last
do
one.
not recall specifically being provided them, but it would not be unusual for me to be provided them.
Okay. All right, so let's look at some other documents that may...
These are all in 2014?
They're dated 2013. This one's dated 2013 behind tab A6.
Anytime, well, the one behind A5
It's dated 2014. Yes.
Okay, got it.
So let's look at some other documents. We're going to go back to binder 1 that may refresh your recollection on these. So our understanding, sir, is that at this time the Obama administration was addressing the subject of a potential nuclear deal with Iran. There were some members of Congress who were considering their own views about such a deal with Iran and whether Congress should impose additional sanctions, which the administration determined would have interfered with the administration's negotiations about the nuclear deal. So we understand that you, sir, were enlisted as part of the Obama administration's effort to speak with members of Congress about the Iran deal and to encourage them not to impose, as Congress, additional or new sanctions on Iran. So that's our understanding as to what was going on at the time. So let me show you some photographs behind tab 24. And these will be a series of photographs. It starts with the second one behind that, second one in that section. First page is 1B001 underscore 0122 3070 underscore 0001.
Okay.
There's some other photos here, 1223 174, 1223 084.
You can tell it's old, I have my arm around. Where's your parents?
1225 128.
So let's look, Robert, just one thing to clarify for the record, just because this tab has the envelope, picture of the envelope, these photos were not in the envelope?
They were not. They were not in the envelope.
Okay.
Good clarification. So if we look at the photos, they all end in 001, but 3070 is the last 4 digits, and the middle set of digits, 3174 and 3084. These are photographs of a breakfast that you had with a group of senators at the Naval Observatory.
Yep.
And if you flip a little bit further, getting to what at the top says private schedule for Vice President Joe Biden. The date's 14766 underscore 0001.
Hang on a second. This is private schedule?
Yes, sir. And if you'll see at the bottom of the page, it says 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. breakfast with senators.
Gotcha.
Location, Naval Observatory, and then it lists a number of members of Congress.
Okay.
So, what do you recall about that breakfast with the senators?
Nothing.
Okay.
No, I'm not being facetious. I don't recall any. I would often have breakfasts like this about a whole range of issues. I'd bring senators down. The bad joke is with President Obama, and I always say to him, Mr. President, all politics is personal. For example, even my staff wondered why the hell I'm calling Cory Booker to make sure he's safe. Why are you calling the other senator with me? Because I called them when they were in Israel. I called them when they got home. Because I want them to know I care about them. It matters. So what I would do lots of times is bring senators to the House to discuss whether they were with me on a proposal, even though I knew what I wanted to do, and say, what do you think? What kind of input? Because get them bought into whatever. And it may be, I don't remember the purpose of the meeting, but lots of times at that meeting say, well, what are you guys thinking? You know, rather than just selling something. And say, well, why do you think that would work, et cetera. So I don't know what the topic was.
Understood.
But it's not unusual to have those meetings.
Understood. Okay. So,
I just want to mention, I think we're at 5 hours.
is that right?
It's in fact, we're at 5 hours and 1 minute.
Not
Not that we were
Okay.
keeping time on the subject.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, if you could indulge us, if we could just finish this line of questioning.
How much more time do you need?
I really don't think I'll need more than 10 or 15 minutes on this.
I couldn't hear you.
10 or
10,
15
15
minutes.
minutes.
Yes, sir. And I'll do my best to make it closer to 10.
This line is what, right?
About these particular documents that were found in the Biden-Hur.
Well, I mean, are you talking about the ones in that envelope?
Yes.
And that's it?
If that's the end of our stoppage time after
Well,
5
we're already
hours.
at our stoppage
Yeah.
time.
We do have a stoppage time, and we're at it. Ed, you want to chat about it for a minute?
Sure.
Mr.
No,
President,
I
just take it 2
subtracted
seconds.
breaks.
Can I say one word to you guys?
Of course. You would want to be set up on the
Sure, it'll be very
very quick, Mr. President, I promise.
Yes, no?
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
So we're back from a brief break. If we could, I have a few questions again about these photographs here. There's one with you with your arm around Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham.
They're the old days.
Just for base number purposes, 3174. So there, you're holding a clutch of documents in your left hand that appears to include a manila envelope. And then the prior page that shows you seated around the breakfast table, base 3070, has some documents next to you on the floor next to your chair.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure I know what the answer to this is going to be, but the manila envelope that we saw a moment ago in another photograph that said BPI's only at the top and the bottom that was recovered from the Penn Biden Center. Did you have that envelope and the documents in it with you during that breakfast?
I have no idea.
Okay. So another question about the handwritten documents that we were looking at a moment ago. You appear to recognize some of your handwriting on some of the pages. What was the purpose of those notes to help prepare for your breakfast meeting with the senators about Iran?
I don't know. I didn't read the substance of them, but it could have been notes after the meeting too.
Okay.
If it's my handwriting, but I don't know.
Okay. So let me ask you another question that may refresh your recollection. So I apologize, we're going to have to, again, do some comparisons between things in binder 1 and binder 3. But let's look at the photograph of you in binder 1. It's the one that has 5128 in the base. It's got you speaking with Mr. McDonough.
Sorry, we lost the tab. Which tab was it?
I'm sorry, tab 24. It's this one.
That's in my office.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify the record, your office as vice president.
As vice president.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I'd like to focus you on the piece of paper that Mr. McDonough is holding in his left hand, along with a coffee cup.
Yep.
And then if you compare it with the document, it's behind tab A7 in binder 3.
Yeah.
Give us just 1 second to
Understood.
get this stuff lined up.
A7.
Yes, sir. So the second document in
The second page.
the second page, yes, and it's got base 0002.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm happy. Don't lose that. Could you bear with us 1 second? I'm trying to follow it too.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you take a look at the document there in base 0002 that we pulled from binder 3, and you look real close at the photograph of the foot that Mr. McDonough is holding with you in your West Wing office, that there appears to be some resemblance between those documents.
I don't think there's any resemblance. He has a whole section up there in the corner. He has 1, 2, 3 across. Take a look at that picture he's holding in his hand.
Okay.
There's no such. In other words, he goes all the way to the far right corner of the document at the top. I don't know what relevance is, but it doesn't look like the same document to me.
And how about with respect to the remainder, but putting the stuff in the far right upper corner to the side? with respect to the other parts of that handwritten page. And my only question is, does this refresh your recollection as to the purpose of these handwritten notes relating to the Iran nuclear deal or your breakfast meeting with the senators the following day?
Rob, just to be clear, I'm a little confused because if they're not the same documents,
Yes.
what would be the basis of refreshing the recollection?
Well, if his response is that they do,
Okay.
it doesn't refresh his recollection.
Okay.
No, this doesn't refresh my recollection, but I'm sure the purpose of the meeting was to find out what the members of Congress thought about the Iran deal. I mean, that's why we meet with them about it. I assume that's why we meet with them. I don't know what else. It's contemporaneous, and I'm sitting down and I'm having these discussions, and it says the people I'm meeting with are the people who would have interest. You know, Angus King and voted with the Democrats, and Bob Corker, Colin Cobb.
So after this breakfast, do you recall having other conversations in the following days
I
with
don't
other
remember
members of
anything
Congress?
in terms of the chronology, who I met, when, and where. The situation with regard to whether or not to make any deal with Iran, with Iran, or not, has been an ongoing up and down discussion for a long time, even to yesterday, before the Israelis were there. So it would not surprise me if the meetings, if someone at that meeting, you showed me a picture, one of these guys said, well, what we're talking about with Afghanistan, what we're talking about with Iran, because it's an ongoing discussion. And we were negotiating also at the same time, remember, with all our NATO allies on what we do vis-a-vis Iran and whether or not they were on or not. So there was a lot of discussion, and it was not one of the subjects that I knew a lot about, but I did not have a definitive view. I wasn't in making the case like I did in Iraq and other places.
And after the end of your vice presidency, did you consult these materials related to the Iran nuclear deal at any point? Did you know that they were at the Penn Biden Center?
No, and I don't recall consulting anything having to do with any material with regard to Iran.
And so just to clarify, that's during your
Well, that's just
Presidency.
during your presidency, which they're not interested in.
No, I know, but I wanted to get you a context in the depth of my engagement. And anyway,
Okay. So let me ask a slightly different question, but riffing off of one I asked you before. Did you consult these materials during your work on Promise Me Dad with Mr. Swanson?
I don't recall consulting any material per se that was in a folder or anything. Promise Me Dad.
Mr. President, do you have any idea how these documents relating to the Iran nuclear deal ended up in these files that were recovered from the Penn Biden Center?
Other than when they were sent to the Penn Biden Center, they followed on my vice presidency, and it was one of the many subjects that were talked about in my vice presidency. So whatever material was taken from the vice presidency over to the Penn Biden Center, there's a lot of things I'm sure that got the pet bites that are no longer being actively discussed.
Anything else on these? Okay, I think I came in under 10.
You did.
Okay.
You did.
That's
One-
promising.
1 minute
Yeah, my
under.
word.
1 minute.
Under budget,
Under budget.
actually over budget. Thank
And
you.
by the way, my budget, we've saved $1.7 trillion.
There you go.
Thank you again for your time, Mr. President. We're very grateful and
Okay, well,
appreciate it very much.
all right. I know it's a lot of work for you to put a lot together.
And
I may now write a book. You have all this stuff.
We'll turn off the.
Yes, that's right.
That's a joke.
Yeah.
The time is 2:19, and this concludes the interview.